Alrighty. Hello. I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing the Thursday live stream. I've got my cup of coffee, second one of the day, and a plan for stuff to do. And my nose is running, which is probably due to pollen from springtime and stuff. So hopefully that's not going to be too bothersome. I'll try to avoid snuffling too hard. And water. Gotta also have water. Hey, Jonathan. And so today is going to be perhaps interesting. We do have a whole bunch of new plugins for me to do. And that's all well and good. But what I had in mind today, because it is possible that Sudara would like to drop by. He's done so before and said, yeah, hey, I'll show back up and help you do some of your things. I find that the way this works is sort of, if I put up a spectacular enough showing on the stuff that I do, the people who don't really know who I am and are doing cool things in their own right are more likely to pitch in and help if they see that something interesting is happening, like something exciting that they might want in Airwindows land. And that's been the case with the Rack port of the plugins. And the work that we're doing, which is going to bear fruit probably this coming weekend, because I gave Paul an extra week for it, where we have another all-in-one plugin release that's maybe even more exciting because it piggybacks off of the Rack plugin to bring even more stuff to people that wouldn't otherwise have it. And that's very exciting for me. It's also been a little bit stressful, but it means that accessibility to the Airwindows library will be easier than it's ever been, in that you'll have literally all of the things that I make, including the very most recent ones, in a single container with documentation built in. And a menu system where you can set it to basic plugins or the most recent plugins or recommended, and not get bogged down in the literally 300 or so plugins. That's how many? How many is it so far? If I include the assigned audio units, damn, we are at 406 items. When you count everything, including the ones in audio unit, and that's not the one, that doesn't include the ones that I'm still working on for the moment. I do have a lovely giant backlog at the moment of stuff that's ready to come out. I'm pretty sure this coming weekend it's going to be discontinuity, and that might be very exciting. But even without counting those, if I use the AUs, and the AUs contain things like you see here, Dynamics Mono as well as Dynamics, then we're up to 406 items. So you can't go through all of those just by, even if you have them all hosted in a single plugin, which is surprisingly small, you can't actually go through all of those in a reasonable time or even know what's going on. So the need for pruning things down with a recommended menu item is very important. That gives rise to a number of things. One of them is that there might be lots more people showing up and paying attention to what I'm doing, which probably means lots more criticism or arguably even like full-on haters. And I am readying myself for dealing with that, because I'm going to continue doing what I do. I'm just saying that if I do successfully bring in a whole new round of people, there will be new rounds of people with different wishes, different things that they want. They'll be asking for stuff, like, here is something that I should actually mention. I'll bounce over here just in case anything is going on the Discord that I don't want to immediately share or anything like that. So over to that, I am seeing conversation. This I know I can share because Paul has stated outright, anything that I say on your section of my Discord here, I'm willing to have people see. So this is the current conversation. He is bringing in all sorts of things that are calculated out correctly so that you can have what you're doing. We've got some additional additions to the text field. Look at that. If it says DB or MS or something in the VST, because there's a field for that, it's being tacked on. That's very cute. That's very cute. I love it. Paul, you're a monster. I love it. And Paul is loving the low pass, so I'm encouraging the bringing that into Surge, but it has to be recoded to do that. The consolidated plugin we're talking about goes all the way back to Mac OS 10.9, which is delightful. I think I can call it consolidated. That seems like a fine idea. I'll just run with that. And, okay, that's Paul being asked for something which turned out to be a mistake. And what I'm going to ask about, yep, and everything also becomes a static library for people who are coders and want that, because that's how we do that. And, oh, it wants Galactic and Short Circuit. Cool. And that's why Galactic is in the recommended category. If he is actually on this stream, I don't need to type this, but I'm assuming he's not up this early in the morning or is not jumping on my stream at every opportunity. So I'm looking forward to Short Circuit becoming something because I can see the usefulness of just getting real samplery, doing stuff with samples. Because one of the things that I do kind of privately, there's only 3 of you, I can say this. There's a website called what the hell was this website called? I know that it exists. It's my website. It's like Analog Me 75 or something like that. Yeah, because Dog Me 95 is the film movement. So I did a audio movement along those lines. And the idea behind Analog Me 75 is I'm going to start making videos. Yeah, you know it. I'm going to start making videos which are very sort of, this is my manifesto for how people should make music. And yes, you can do all the things like samplers and stuff. This is not for people who want to go back to the 70s and you have to be a rock star. This is for anybody with access to this stuff, and that can include being on a Raspberry Pi. But the website includes every file from my songs and recordings. I'm taking away the Reaper project file because I'm not looking for people to remix my stuff. The purpose of that is if you don't have a drum room, if you don't have like API preamplifiers and stuff, or if my house burns down and I no longer have these things, there needs to be somewhere that I can go or that other people can go where they can download like drum tracks with the kick mic set up exactly the way that I would do it in order to be able to take a little drum loop and make like more modern forms of music that are more loopy and sampley and doing creative things there, and just getting really creative with that and like rack, short circuit, whatever. Being able to do breakbeats off of me playing the drums rather than having to use, mind you, it's very good, but having to use the almond break for everything. And that is something I'm quite excited about. But the search function in the Airwindows Consolidated that will be coming out this coming weekend, maybe that should be the thing that comes out, but I've also intended to put out discontinuity, so maybe I'll just double stuff up. We'll do two things. So this is me. Oh, and apparently that's off screen, but that can be fixed. Boop. I'm going to say soon after, because one of the ways that I work with Paul is he's able to do amazing stuff very quickly. I am able to do my kind of stuff very quickly, even if it's sometimes even more effort, or I don't know if I'd want to call it more effort. He's really putting in the hours during the last week. But the whole point is he needs to be able to do that in a burst while the inspiration is there, and then go off and work on short circuit and go off and work on surge and not be working on my stuff. So thereby, I'm designing my situation here around being able to work with Paul when he is on the scene doing that. Similarly with Sudara with Pamplejuice. Like, I'm looking to try to spot the moments when Sudara feels like collaborating and be able to productively jump in and do that, but then let him go. But Sudara is doing sign synth, which I want. And I am eager to see that project be finished, so he has to go off and work on his own stuff. And I have to go off and work on my own stuff. And here is one example. I need to be working on my gain plugin. And in addition to that, I have had an idea for stuff I can do with meter, and I'm really eager to try that. I just don't know how it's going to play out because I'm not entirely sure. So today's stream might be a lot of staring at code and talking and just trying to get through to the answer for a thing. Because for this gain plugin, which is just a test bed so that I can get stuff up and working, and I can take this and go to something like that and see, here's what I did last time. It says get child file to Airwindows globals text. So what it's doing currently is you can make a text file in your documents folder, wherever that happens to be. It's wherever Juice expects it to be, and you gotta play along with that. I'm not going to override that. And then, currently, Airwindows globals text just says this. Let's go and see. Here's documents. Here's Airwindows globals text. and it just says this. What is Splinter? Let's change it to impact. And then this probably doesn't need rebuilding because this is just where I left it. But now if I do this, here is the console LA remix of Rise. This is one where I needed my meter and I didn't have it, so it doesn't balance very well. I tweaked out the highs too much. I think I was using some aspect of crossovers where I ended up with just too much ability to throw clean high end. And that's fine in its own right, but it's not what I'm after. But you may notice that now we've got some buttons and some, well, not buttons, I should also do buttons. Controls with the tilty things and stuff on them, but we're using impact font. Why would we do that? Just in case somebody wanted to. And my goal for today, among other things, like I want to play with the meter as well. I have some really clear ideas in mind as far as what meter should do. But for this, I've already got it reading a name out of a text file. And again, it is this text file. And we can even make it be a dummy name. For instance, there is no such font as Help Me Vetica. But if there was, it would try to use it. And so therefore, it reads that each time it launches a new plugin. So what it's doing is it is falling back to the one that I prefer, which is Jost. And if Jost doesn't exist, it'll fall back to like Arial. And Juice is pretty good at doing a bunch of these things. It does a good job of figuring out some of that stuff. So what I'm going to want to do, and we may or may not be fine with the sizes of these controls. I've got it set up so that even if you have very tiny knobs, it's still quite readable, or it's mostly readable anywho. I've got it applying whatever degree of tilt I have on it. I feel like the text is maybe even still a little bit large and a little bit up close to the control, but it is sort of meant to be willing to do that if you have to. And it looks like squishing it this way fits better than trying to squish it vertically, which is where you start. And if we have really large fonts, you start seeing an acceptable amount of space in there. And then if everything is just facing the viewer perfectly, at this point we have multiple sizes of fonts, and I'll tell you why. It's because I have more, the box that this is in is a box that is like this wide and this tall, and this one is the same width and this tall. And it'll squish from either direction based on how much space there is in the interface for it. So I can put these side to side if I just stretched it out like this and put them side to side. Then there would be room for multiple ones of these because we're not squishing the horizontal space at all, but we're squishing the vertical space in some of these a little bit, and we can do more. And it'll follow along, and it will honor whatever tilt factor I have placed. And that is how we make the knobs big or little. It's doing the same thing with my meter thing here, which is also going to be able to resize it. I'm tempted to just keep my meter the way it exists because it's doing a useful thing. even in tiny sizes, I have it made so that it will draw peaks over the RMS, and even as you scale it down, you get a really clear picture of what's happening with the peaks in your track. Because that's what you should care about. They're not just for clipping or peak limiting anymore. That's part of what Analog Me 75 is going to be all about. So everywhere you have a meter, you should be able to see a cluster of where the peaks live. And if you expand the plugin enormously, then the peaks are sort of more finely spaced. They're smaller dots. They're even smaller dots than this stuff. We have made it become lo-fi. But you can still see them. It's clear to be able to locate where those are. And the idea is to be able to make this whole interface squish down into tiny land or be larger or any variation on that, and have it deliver the information I need. So when I talk about the meter, one of the things I was going to do, which I'm not necessarily doing this instant, but that I am most definitely going to do, is go back into meter and also make a little more space around it so that I can have this background color, because one of the things I want to do today, working on gain, and you saw that what with using the Airwindows Global's control, you can specify any font you want, whether it is a normalish font or something like, let's say you want a serifed font. Well, we have to reopen the plugin to get that, but now we've got a serif font. So if you like that kind of thing, then knock yourself out. Or say you feel very impressive and important. So what you want is something deeply self-serious. Well, I've just called it Jupiter. So all of the Airwindows plugins can look very impressive like this. Dun dun. We know I have giant cut stone letters for all of these things. And again, everything is squished mighty close to this. It may be that I would like to twiddle with that a little bit, because I've got it reading the height of the letters and doing a compensation based on that. And this is as close as I could get to being perfect. But that said, it does seem to squish things into the knob under most circumstances. And I don't necessarily want to do that. I would maybe like to have it so that they're not crossing over each other, but I still want readability. So it's time to start designing around that, and it's time to add another detail, because something else I've experimented with, and I should be able to demonstrate this pretty straightforwardly. I have, oh, it crashed. I had Reaper, and I shall have it again. Give me a second. It just wasn't happy with me for something. But I should be able to open this. I don't know why that's open. Let's see what it does the second time around. Let's not load that. And then it's going to ask me what project I want to load this time. And we'll see whether it loads it successfully this time around. Sure enough, it does. And so there is meter. But the thing I'm looking to do, I am almost tempted to The way this works is differently from how I've been doing it when I was doing console MC and so on. So I feel like I would like to go into Reaper's preferences and change something globally. So what we're looking to do in this very complicated mass of preferences, and hopefully you'll remember this, is deal with some of this stuff. Here's how you work with Reaper. I had it set so that if I used my little control surface, and this is the one I've started with, which is not to say that's my only control surface, there's more, but I made this fairly easily. And I'll be starting some of my Console X work with that, most likely, because I'm not going to get anything fancier right away. I set it with these controls so that it would bounce to whatever plugin I was manipulating at the time and show it so I could see whether my moving of controls was doing anything. Now that's not necessarily how I want to keep it, but this is still how it's set. So my automation, my control surface work, is largely set up to apply to whatever track is selected, and that includes the master track and submixes and things. I'm going to be taking a tip from Chris Lord-Alge as far as future work with reverbs and things, because my new idea for working with reverbs and stuff is throw the simplest version of the Console XD code onto the top of a reverb track and then have an entirely separate Console X channel after whatever reverb that is. Now, you don't necessarily need to run 2 layers of Console X channel, but what you might need to do is use the facilities available in Console X channel on every single reverb and delay return. Because what if you want to just shape the tone of it a little bit? What if that's what is needed to bring it into zone? You'd have 4-band parametric, you'd have Stonefire, you'd have the airband, you'd have all the compression and gating, all of this stuff that's going to be coming out bit by bit and will culminate in, it'll culminate after I start putting out evergreens again, using the meter that I'm working on. And the way this is currently set up is assuming that you need to open the channel plugin every time you switch to a new channel. I can even demonstrate that. Before doing the work on this, I do have this open. So currently the way this works is if I click on that, it'll open the thing. And I don't know whether I have, no, I don't think I have the current, it's not set up to work with that right now. But if I click a track, it opens the effect for that track. But then if I click track 1, suddenly we're on track 1 or track 2, where we're using Console LA to fiddle with this various stuff. Track 1 is stereo drums, and track 2 is the kick mic. And this is me fiddling with that a little bit. There's slight use of pan and fader. But that's basically the idea here. And I've been using the reverbs and things running inside console. I also have a, oh, I know why I have a time bomb built into this. Do you see K Cathedral here? Well, you will if I switch it over to this. I've just done a bug fix on this, but it's not in my plugins folder. So this is why probably Reaper just crashed. is it's possible for Kcathedral to have a startup state where it blows up and dies, and I only recently found that bug. Somebody actually found it for me, but I was able to implement the fix for it. But yeah, currently what we've got is, and it is not going to clicking on master the way I think that it should, which seems weird to me. Why would it be doing that? But what it's doing is bouncing around among these various tracks and letting me use the control surface to change it. Because I had set this up before I made Kcathedral 2. This is not a recent project. This is just what I had available to open. I haven't been able to use any of my recent stuff because I've been too busy working on the plugins, as is usually my case. And although I can see, and there's another thing, which is my UI is not always opening. I can go to, say, meter here, but if I do UI, what it does is it has a bypass thing in here, but it's not showing anything. And when I instantiate a new one, it's not showing me the UI at first, and I'm sure it's because I have it set to do that. So what we're going to do for the moment is fiddle with Reaper a little bit to try to get it ready for future things I'm working on. Like auto float new FX windows. I don't think we need to dock anything. I'm not even sure what that means. And only allow one FX window open at a time is the way that I switch from one channel to another channel. And open it on track selection change is what's doing that switching. So if I switch those off, now I have to manually open them. Now, what was the other thing I was talking about? Here's plugins, compatibility, that seems fine. I do my own denormalization. VST, please scan in a startup. Yes, I would like it to do that. This is where it's going to the generic UI that mine normally use. However, now if I switch that off, I can open meter, and meter will just go to do what it's supposed to do. Also, we have knob mode, but I'm not worried about that. You don't get to use this to turn generic UI to circular knobs, unfortunately. That remains a size thing. That remains shrink the meter size down to where the linear actuators no longer even work. LV2 clap. You know, there's going to be clap plugins. We don't actually have any at the moment, I don't think. But maybe we do. And then this stuff, I don't think we're actually using that. So it's probably fine where it is. Here's the scripting. This is why this DAW works so well for game developers. Is you can do so much with that. And you can run Python and all this kind of stuff. I don't have, oh, well, remote is not using a remote. Remote is additional processing servers elsewhere in your network. So, not worried about that. But here's the part that I was interested in, and we're going to do it. Actually, you know, I could probably tell that the denormalization part is somewhat irrelevant to what I'm doing because my noise floor from where it would cut out and become silent is actually higher than the denormalization position. But in any case, we've applied that. Now, if I do track 3 and then select another thing, well, track 3 is still visibly there. And if I do track 5 and track 8, they're all in different places. Which means if I had them all open, the automation, which is currently not doing anything, would only apply to whatever thing I had selected, which is not actually being shown, but you can see it in the interface. And then I'm still not entirely sure whether I could make the bus follow something. I would like to be able to use the control surface to also manipulate bus, but that's a problem for another day. For now, here's the thing I was talking about. Once you move the thing so that it repaints, I can make it be the track color. And again, it's not starting out as the track color, which is a shame. And it's not always even catching that. Like here we are, we're switching back over to it. We're manipulating gain a little bit. So they can have different settings, obviously. And then if I drag it within that section, oh, nope, still not. And then if I drag this over to here, okay, so that is also not reading the... So we're trying to do this, and that is actually not honoring what I was talking about, which might mean if I cut those and then instantiate them by adding, then we can get the resize that loads the new track, but dragging it over seems to not honor that. So, and then also we can do this. Let's do a save. Let's quit out of here and go back. We don't need the font Jupyter anymore. I'm going to set it to my default font, which also means I don't even need to have it there. It's going to try to be Jost unless otherwise specified. See, if the new name from loading it is nothing, then the new name is Jost. And it tries to set that, and then if Jost is not present, like I could say that it is Joust, it will load Arial if it can't load anything else. It falls through to a sane output. But now if I go back into Reaper again and into the new thing, it is defaulting to gray, even though those are on, tracks would have track colors, but they are also capable of going to the track colors. So then the question becomes, why aren't we repainting? And that is a thing that I would like to look into, but I'm also going to look into using XML for that settings file. So rather than just having one word and making the word be the font that you use, it needs to be an XML file where you can specify what font it is, but you can also specify what your background color is. Because we could have this so that everything becomes assigned to a track color. Like here we have a track color, and we're going to set it as a different color. Let's go with, I don't know, sky blue, how about? And now that's a different color. And if I nudge it, it updates. But if I don't nudge it, it does not update. And I'm wondering what I can do that's not too expensive that would let it do that. And there's probably an answer. So we're going to be exploring that idea. And I can continue fussing with the custom colors. For instance, rather than using crayons, oh, look, I have Scrivener colors in here as well. I believe that is an even lighter blue. Well, maybe not. But supposing I pick gray text, Like if somebody wants all of their Airwindows plugins to look like this, I want to let them do that. Or if somebody wants, let's say back over to track color again. Default color has a problem for me here too. If I do default color, it is showing through as black. I feel like maybe I want to override that. So if the color is literal black, it falls through to the default color as specified in the XML file, because that would be the Airwindows default color. Whereas if you feed through the Reaper default color and it's not a good value, we are all of a sudden in darkest, blackest mode, where you can't actually see the knobs because they are too dark. You can see those knobs only occasionally, and you can see where this knob is, but I honestly do not think that it's that useful to be able to spell out even literal black. I'm sure some people will want to, right? That'll be fine. We will allow that. But developer, I have no idea what that's supposed to be about, but let's find a really dark black. That is probably also black, but possibly not. I'm sort of squinting at it to see whether it looks really as black as it could be. And it's pretty darn close. It's close enough while not being quite black that you still can sort of barely see a hint of color there. But that's not good enough. So I would like to be able to make it so that if somebody was doing a see, this is all swatches. There's spectrum. Here's colored pencils. So let's say we want this iron color for the colored pencils color picker. That's a cute color picker. I like it. If we choose that, this is a super dark. Well, it's not super dark. Let's get an even super darker. And yeah, the idea here is I want this to be user settable. I want it to be able to follow Reaper custom colors, but if it does that, it has to actually be able to do that. It has to actually be able to sort that stuff out. And we have some issues around that. Licorice is going to be literal black, I think. So let's take one step up from that. So if somebody wants to have a stark jet black interface, they should be able to pick a color like this, specify it in the XML file, and then all their stuff defaults to that. Whereas if you have, and let's do the further testing with this. If I drag this over to, oh, no, that's actually not helpful. Cut. I believe command drag is what's going to move this. No, I stand corrected. No, it does not. Okay, let's say option drag. If I option drag this over to this white channel, okay, that time it did follow we can do a stark white interface. And then if we option drag this over to the pink channel, it's, as you can see, going to the default color, and then it does the color of the track. And I'd like it to update itself when we do that, so that it'll keep an eye on what that color is, because it's failing to do that every time. And that might be as simple as checking for some of these things and updating them. But this is the stuff upon which I am working. And as long as I'm working with that, I'm going to take a moment and take the K Cathedral out. Because that's the one where I know I just did a bug fix. And yeah, like as you can see, we have got a couple of different gain plugins. And when you resize them, they pick up the color, but they're not picking up the color right away. So here's why that would be happening, I think. Here's our text setting, and I don't believe that needs to be as up to speed. But we've also got something else going on that's probably going to live here, unless it doesn't. Rather, I think it lives here. Or here. So here's the thing, here's what we're trying to do. We're trying to load host track color, but we're defaulting it to colors like gray. And then we're doing something with it. The last time I worked with this, we got into that stuff. So here's probably where we're doing it. We're setting look and feel. And we're adding our meter and our controls. That's all fine. In future versions of this plugin, there's going to be like 36 of these. It's going to be overwhelming, but this is the way I want to do those. This is us setting the size. I am thinking that I would like to reverse the layout of that, but one thing at a time, I guess. Here's paint, and paint is using background color ID, and here's where we are able to update that stuff. So what's going on with this? What's going on with this is we are setting these two things here, but we need to be setting it elsewhere too. So only upon resizing do we get this, and I bet that's the problem. Definitely on resize, yes. But also on, well, if we do it on paint, we're doing it lots. But Juice doesn't constantly repaint everything. So it's not necessarily going to call paint all the time. Also, here's the instantiation of the whole editor. So when we start it, if we throw it in here, and that works, which it may or may not, that would mean it would start up with the correct color. Anytime the editor gets created for the first time, it's going to find that stuff, assuming that it is able to find and set host track color. So let's see, what else can we do here? Airwindows UI. This is not where we're doing host track color, I don't think. Here is also where we want to load that or override it or do whatever with it. Here is where we are. Okay, so that's interesting. We've also got host track name, and I'm interested in working out how to do that, but right at the moment, maybe not so much. And we've deleted plugin color. So now what I'm wondering is, where is it finding host track color? Something is calling it, although I have just made a change, so it might well be worth checking to see whether the change just applied. Because it's supposed to be tracking some of this stuff. I've also got stuff I could add in Paint. I would not mind being able to display on the plugin the name of the track. Not the name of the plugin, the name of the track. That's why some of this exists. Namely, that's why this exists. So yeah, let's quickly build that and see if the change that I know that I made is making it honor the colors that are set on the tracks, and if I'm able to move them around a lot more freely and have them just update. That's the intention. And this is kind of a Reaper only thing. That looks like a no to me, although we're still able to do the update. So if I option drag this over to a different color, it's still doing the same behavior. Okay. So what I just changed didn't actually help, although I wanted it to. I'm pretty sure that it is editor where this stuff is done. So where we instantiate this, this did not set the background color to resizable window. So I just added that line of code, but it doesn't need to be there because it doesn't actually do the job. In theory, that means it updated stuff in Airwindows look and feel, but so the next question is it wasteful to put it in Paint? Because you need to call Paint for stuff. This needs to exist. So in theory, I can set the color of this to host track color every time it gets painted, and then we immediately read that again because we're defining the color and then immediately using it for stuff, multiple things, lots of things. So if I build that, and then in resized, resized is setting that color. In fact, thumb color ID may or may not be what I want to change in. I'm not sure if I'm using that for anything, honestly. I have to wonder, because there's a lot of other stuff that I'd like to see if I can make do anything, but one thing at a time. I say laughably because I never do one thing at a time. So we've now got it setting the color every time you repaint, which hopefully won't be that expensive. The question is it going to do anything ugly to the appearance when we load it up? And here's one thing that it did. It's supposed to be updating these, but it's not. I do need to up that bit. See that? That is a distinct, separate color that's being drawn. You can kind of see through it there, but for these, you totally see where the thumb color is. And until I resize, it's not actually updating that. That's being left as it stands. Now note that that is also something where I could put information in, but it wouldn't really look right on the vertically facing ones. It's only really covering up that area. Oh, and if I resize, it immediately takes it. So I can't actually look at the behavior of that because just resizing fixes the problem. So tell you what, let's quit out of there. And instead of having this stuff in resized at all, let's take it out of resized and put it directly in Paint. Having done this, it should now work immediately because it's being called in the right place. Every time we're trying to paint, first thing we're doing is checking to see what the track color is doing. That said, we now have a override to do too. We need to check that track color is a reasonable color, and this is probably the place to do it. And I'm interested to know whether host track color can be a sort of null. Value of type juice color. Let's see if we can do this. I remember the guy from Jules, talking about how he thought things should go. So if I'm correct about how Jules likes things to go, I should compare this variable to juice : color parentheses, empty parentheses, because that is the way he likes to spell out stuff that is a nil or null or something like that. And let's find out whether that worked. And how do we do that? Like this. So that'd be a nil. And then we need to have these two things contained in here. So only if we have a real color does it set that. So then, if we use, because remember how it said this makes it a transparent black color, right? So if we make it be a transparent black color by using Reaper and telling Reaper to use the default color, that might make it a nil. That might make it not actually a color anymore. So, oh, okay, so that's interesting. So we're now not applying it. That is not expected. And that's because what we're doing did not produce a track color somehow. Oh, wait, I know what happened. I've got it backwards. Check this out. It's backwards. I have it as only if it is nil do you set the colors. That is actually doing a pretty good job of, check this out. I am going to try to test this even though I know I have it backwards. This is the perfect opportunity to test whether or not Reaper's default color is in fact no. I can make it update that only if the track color is not there, at which point it sets it to nil. Cool. I like it. I like it. That's the information I needed to know. What that means is if this is not equal to empty color, then we use host track color. If else, because we should set these things also even if we are not actually You got to have the case where you turn it to a color, but then also if you remove the color, it needs to go back to the default. So what we're going to do is like this. We're going to copy that. We're going to go else. And we're going to paste them again. Seems to have filled in the bracket. That's interesting. But instead, we don't want it to be host track color anymore. We want to go back to Airwindows GUI and find where some of this stuff is spelled out. I think Plugin Editor is going to have something useful here. And here is where we are defining plugin color, which gets overridden all the time. Here's colors light gray. That is my idea for a default color. And then this is not a thing that gets updated. This is something that I've just simply defined. And in Airwindows UI, no, not in Airwindows UI. Hang on. Oh, this is the paint meter. This is the meter. I don't need that. Up here is where we are loading the file, and this is also where we are defining the background color to be light gray to start off with. But over here, we now have a thing called plugin color, which could be, we could use that as any name. I could call it user color. Trying to figure out what to call this because it will be readable. I'll call it default color. That's the same thing that you get in Reaper, and it's fine. So my default color is light gray, but you will be able to override it in the text file if I master the XML stuff and figure out how to make that work. But what that means now is we do this. So now, without actually having all of this stuff in place, but with this part in place, if the host track color does not exist, like it's been told that it is default color instead, then it'll use the plugin default color. And if host track color is something rather than nothing, because this defines nothing, the empty bracket, the empty parentheses mean it's returning a nil value. Then if it is something, then we use that something. I can also add a thing saying don't use the default track colors as another XML setting. Because it feels like it would be nice to let people specify that if they wanted to set their own custom color, but they also wanted to color things in the interface, but then they didn't want that used to color all the plugins. I don't know why you would not want that. I think it'll default to on, but that is still possible. So we're going to build that. I am almost ready to go and make another cup of coffee. This is flowing along pretty well for the moment. This is all sort of pursuing stuff that I've just recently done. So boop, there we've got that. If we option drag it around, it starts recoloring itself. That's the white color. And then if we set this track color to default, and then we option drag it over to there, it turns into the Airwindows gray, but I'm also going to be allowing the setting of a user-defined default color, and then we drag it over to the magenta, and boom, suddenly it is the magenta track. And there's our sky blue looking thing. And then if we update the track color, so this is clearly the way to do it. I've got that part right. Wouldn't it be funny if it started uploading live by doing this? And if we set it to that, it immediately takes on this really dark gray thing. I am tempted to make it just try to use colors as specified in the Juice color library, but only programmers would know there is such a thing as a Juice color library. So that would be more of a, it's fun to find out thing of guess what this secretly does. It's that or specify things like grayscales and such. What if we have like 5% brightness? That is very dark. That is so dark you can't see a damn thing. We're going to stop doing that. Here's a random color. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if we had a keyboard shortcut? Like, watch this. Boop. Interestingly, I just loaded this one, and it's not actually honoring that color. What's going on with that? Let's find out if we can tell this to be a random color and it updates. Wait, that's not the way to doing that. I hit the wrong button. Tracks to random colors. Okay, yeah, that worked. So I don't know why that did not give it the color that was on, but I do know this. We can now do a custom light show. Beep. There is no longer any consistency to what these are supposed to be. We're just in Clownland doing wild colorings of all of our plugins that are literally quite random, or they could all be the same. Or they could all be default Airwindows GUI. So that's pretty cool. That seems to be coming along okay. Because that is the problem that I ran into before, which I then had to solve. And that looks pretty solved now. I would like to, as long as I'm doing this, I'd like to go and check something. Because we want to do a similar thing, but with the text of the host track name. Now, I don't really know quite where it's reading that. This is just where we default it. Oh, update track properties. So it's clearly calling this now and then. This is the H file, so this is the C file. Resized, etc. And here's where we update stuff. So we're calling repaint. Why are we calling repaint? Shouldn't it be paint? But it seems to be working, so I'm gonna trust that that's basically okay. Update track properties. I think this might also work in Ableton Live. I'm not sure. I don't use Ableton Live. Soon enough, people will be able to find out. But here's where we load the host track color and the host track name, and that's what I want to display, assuming that that is a thing. So nothing that you can help with right now. The idea is that stuff that I was doing with colors in Reaper, if I remember correctly, it also does something in Ableton Live. But the thing that I wanted to do, and let's go and open a window for this. Suodara's Pample Juice project does a thing that I removed and then I'd like to put it back. And I'm trying to find what it is. It would be in the editor stuff. In Paint, yeah. In Paint, it is drawing some stuff. I would like to do that. I would like to have the option to draw my stuff. So here's what we will do to start. There's the code. We should be able to simply draw straight over what we were doing. I'm looking at this and trying to figure out what I was doing with this. Resizable window, find color, fill all, that's all cool. So what are we doing with this? Do we have the whole thing with just a subtle bevel? I think we do. I think that is a subtle bevel. And then this outside is an edge around everything. Otherwise, it'll be kind of blank looking. So before drawing that, let's see what happens when we draw this. We're not using area, so that should actually work. And then I'm going to want to override all of this stuff with well, for starters, I think this is going to draw on top of everything. It may not. I'm not quite sure where it's drawing, but what I do think I can do is, rather than having this hello world, we're going to literally have host track name. And if it draws that, we're off and running with another thing. Because it's going to end up being drawn embossed like I'm drawing all those other controls. I just have to spell out what the size of that is and where the positioning of that goes, all that kind of stuff. So let's see what we've got. I don't know if we have a track name for any of this stuff, but that's easily fixed. Ah, it is track 9 and track 10 and track 11. I'm pretty sure that, oh, that's not even Reaper anymore, is it? Okay, so let's make track 9 go away. Here's 10 and 11. Do we click here? We do. BAME name. And it works. So it looks very much like we have a default track setting. So that the name, if there is no name, it will be using a name of some kind. And then we are able to draw that as well. So what I'm going to need to do first of all is move cutoff, or at least figure out where I want things to live. And then replicate this behavior. You know, see where it says cutoff, where it says gain, where it says resonance. It needs to have this information in that same style because that style is flexible with different kinds of track colors. Including, for instance, white. But what I just typed in was not. So this is now what I need to do is I need to make it so that it too adapts to any possible color. even if they're ridiculous. And that's what the bevel design does, is it makes it possible to see in the color. And it's also being drawn in a place that is not useful, but that's a whole other story. Cool. So we're in with the start. I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee. Let me set up some music or something while I go. For, I guess it's probably Jonathan who's still here, which is fine. What do we got? Taming the Toxin, maybe? I'll just play that. Well, that's funny. Why is that? Oh, why is that doing what it's doing? Are we not able to do SWB audio capture anymore? Well, I don't know why I did that. Okay, I'm back with my coffee, having taken a little pit stop. And having eaten a bit of a snack too for while I was at it. I did not actually manage to get that music to play straight through to the stream, and I don't know why. We do have this setup here, and so I set it to be this, but I don't know why it didn't work. That's a bit mysterious. I mean, it looks more or less like it should work. It is a mystery. I know I had that going on. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Maybe. Don't mind me, I'm being confused and stuck. If I play this plays in the room, and if I send that to SWV audio capture, it's not doing anything. I'm running into issues with okay, don't mind me, I'm just fixing things that broke. I was looking to be able to do this in the room, and then DI, and straight up. Okay, start again. Alrighty, good enough. Computers, man, am I right? They just throw such weird things at you sometimes. Seriously. Where were we at? I know that there were a number of things in play. Some of them were my thoughts about what I need to do with meter, but we're going to maybe move on to those later. Let's simplify this a little bit. Also, this doesn't need to be indented because it is not. It is not expert points for anybody who knows what the not that I referred to is. And I believe it would be necessary. So here's where we're going to start to have problems. Plus, that's not going to scale to the size of anything. So our resized and our repaint and all that kind of stuff. Doing this in Paint means that we are, well, for one, we're apparently able to draw it over things, but remember those knobs are like transparent. They look like they're the same color as the interface, but what they really are is you can click in that area and it's drawing the rim, it's drawing the edges of them. So let's demonstrate that a little bit maybe. Cutoff knobs. If the cutoff knob extends over to 0.5, it may intersect with the thing. Even if I make it go a little bit farther, that's probably good. start X and Y, size X and Y of the bounds of the box with which the knobs are placed. I'm going to try to make it intersect with the text. And I can make that easier by making the text bigger. Because what I want to do is draw the knob over the text to show what it's doing. Sure enough. So as you can see, it draws that text in white. And that is not scaling to the size of my window or anything useful like that. No. It is just being offset in a way it is not compatible with resizing at all. But we have determined that the knob is being drawn on top of the text, which I think is correct. But what I need to do is make it so that the text is being drawn in a relevant spot while designing this to work with whatever I want to make it work with. Oh, and we have a maximum size. How helpful. So yeah, we're only just beginning with this stuff. So Airwindows UI is where I was doing some of that. And here is the text in which I did it. We're going to copy this over for starters and then start fiddling with it. Get local bounds. Good. So radius and bevel and line. And we'll simplify this later once we have it working. And here's where we're getting to our font stuff. And let's see how close we can get to having something work. Set color is all cool. Ooh, no, we have a problem. And here's the problem. Well, there's multiple problems. We have all manner of problems going on. Here's one. Slider get name is not the text we want. This is the text we want. So I know that's going to be something to fix. So there's the start. We have something called text bounds that lives here. Where did I define that, I wonder? Up here. Above everything else, in fact. We don't have X and Y, do we? But we do have get local bounds. So this wants to be a rectangle. What happens if we try to do this? helpful. Do we have a get, get bounds. I bet that's going to be the one. Boom. Nice. That's exactly what it wants to be. To the point where I already know it's going to be that, so we'll just use it directly and see if that, no member named get. What? What? Well, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, it just told me it could do that. Let's see what's going on with that. So we can do get local bounds, get height, or whatever. We can do set bounds. But if we do get, we can do get width, we can do get height. We can get center, we can get union, we can get bottom. Well, okay, hang on. Why am I not seeing that now? It's being weird to me. What does it think it's doing? Here's where that was showing up. No, okay. So it showed me get bounds, and I filled it in by tabbing, and now it's not willing to show me that anymore. How odd. I think these things are ways to manipulate a rectangle. Oh, a destructor. So we can make get local bounds die. Cool. Get union. Get local bounds should just be giving me bounds. Let's try that. Let's see if it complains about this. This should now be a rectangle because it's part of the juice's internal stuff. At which point, figuring some of this stuff out might become a little bit more direct. It's still being a little mysterious, I gotta tell you. But I do know that this won't be here, because we're not tilting to represent the size of that text. We're not using bounds, but we should be able to use text bounds. And we don't have scale height, I don't believe. Nope, we don't. But what does that even do? Oh, it's a factor of, it's going to be 1 because it's tilt and we're not using tilt. So it's going to be 1. So we can simplify that. Scale height times 1. And you know, some of these things, Well, that's probably fine. If even we need it, which we probably don't. And this needs to be removed as well. I'm basically going to get this to where it draws something on the screen and I can see what it is. There's an implicit conversion. I feel like we can ignore that bit. That's just manipulating this a little bit. Alrighty, so now we're drawing track name. So we don't actually need any of this anymore. It just got us to the point where we could get this other stuff up and running. Now let's see what we've got, because this is probably going to be a giant mess, but it'll be in the right direction. Okay. It is lovely, lovely. Okay, so here's what we've got. It seems able to draw the thing. It's drawing it in an appropriate size that is matching the size of the other stuff or becoming slightly larger. And that's fine. It seems good. Here's where it says track 11. If we stretch it out like this, you can see that it is able to... Well, that's weird. Why are you able to do that? Am we not resizing correctly? It's supposed to be able... Oh, maybe it's because of this new stuff that I've added. Maybe it's forcing it to be this wide. Mysteries to be revealed. We're losing our ability to squish stuff down appropriately. Something is happening causing that to change. But we're loading some of this information up and we're able to make a relevantly sized line of text, which even scales up appropriately when we're giant size. So some of that seems legit. There's our embosses and colors and all of that. It looked a little different to me, but all the same, I am more or less happy with that. Are we using pad height for anything? I don't think we are. Nor should we. There's no reason. So this then goes away. This seems okay. But text bounds needs to be quite a different thing entirely. So radius is going to be a factor of width. And I'm going to find out how many of these things actually need to be what they are, or whether they need to be something else. Fitted text, rectangle, text bonds get width plus line W, minus line W. Okay, so that is the offset for the bevel, so I need that. Those are things I do need, although I don't need to call them this. I just need to use it as this. So text bounds is the area that starts as get local bounds and is drawing it at the bottom edge of that. What if instead of calling it centered bottom, we call it centered top? Surely that should work. Toop. No, there's no such thing as a centered toop. And it's a bounding box, so it's not like it's going to stretch, it's just going to place. So we don't technically need to have the full size of the box even. But we can, there's nothing really stopping us from doing that. And apparently set font needs to be line plus bevel, so we do have both of those in play. I'm interested in renaming them just so that they're distinct from the other ones. Or maybe just doing this like we need line W, and we still need bevel W here. Well, that's all just scaling it. Like line W is the offset. That's going to need to stay. Font size, line plus bevel W is just making it be bigger and scaled differently. But I do like the fact that it scales the same as the other stuff. We can make text bound be remove from top wants an integer, whereas I'm thinking more in terms of a proportion. It wants integers for freaking everything. Okay, that's how you do it. So, remove from bottom. Oops. That's how you get it. Or how you're intended to get it. Proportion of height. Float type. So can I just type in a float and use that? Let's try. But we're going to want to remove more than simply that. So instead, we inverse it, 0.8. Now having done this, our text bounds lives at the top of the screen, which wouldn't necessarily matter, but the way this works, the fitted text means that if you squish it vertically, I can make it draw in smaller fonts rather than take up too much space in the interface. So now it should be drawing this on the top of the screen, and indeed it is. It is just not drawing it looking quite the same. And that's a little irritating, but probably fine. And is this in fact a default color and that's why it's drawing that way? I think it probably is. Yeah, these are default colors. And This does not have a specified track name. But if I move it to the track, then it loads its track name. Okay, so having done that, and having done that wrong, let's make these be a custom color. Okay, they're greens. Cool. And let's save that and quit and see if it remembers that it thinks it's called track 9, because what I just did, it was not showing the track name, and I kind of thought that maybe it would be nice if it did. So there's the bunny. If we load it back up, it looks like it does remember. Cool. There was a whole thing I wanted to do with color selectors, but I am much happier with having it be settable using an XML file or having it follow the colors of the tracks. I like it having to follow the colors of the tracks. It feels like if you specifically make different tracks different colors by default, and then you see an interface that is entirely colored that way, it tells you what you mean to do. Note that it's still drawing the graphics on top of the test name, but that does appear to be working. Cool, 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 cool. Let's do a funky little test. So if we take away all of the text bounds except for 2%, what should happen once we've done this is that it's going to draw that text tiny this time. And apparently not. Also, we have a real tendency to not be able to squish stuff down anymore, and I don't know why that is. We're supposed to be able to resize a lot better than this. Before, it was squishing stuff down like this just fine. Also, our bevels are not right. Our bevels are not the same as before. These offsets are much bigger than these offsets. That needs fixing. And yeah, it's not able to do that anymore. Let's find out in a series of experiments what made it do that. I have some ideas as to what might be causing that. One of them is that we're drawing this stuff in here, in Paint, and we're doing this, all of this, right? But remove from bottom, I believe, acts within the context. Like it's doing that and then assigning it. So it's doing that to what lives here. Let's do a little deleting. Oh, we want to still have that. If we don't have any of that stuff there, now what happens? we are still not able to scale down the way it used to be able to. Do you remember how it used to make these tiny little dots with the correctly placed stuff in them? And now it won't. So what else have I changed? I know I've just told line width. Okay, those that's the bevels. That didn't actually change anything. Do we have something living in here that I should care about? Did I change something in here that I should care about? Because you saw it too, right? You saw it, that it used to be able to scale the knobs down to an incredibly tiny size. This has ceased to happen, and that's no bueno. So, we're using a auto text bounds. We've just canceled that out. None of that should be doing anything. I haven't done the XML, but I want to deal with this first. Like, it shouldn't be changing this stuff. Host track name. So we're drawing track name. What else did we do? We were doing stuff with color. We got it to make the color be different, but in so doing, somehow we broke the resizing. And I shouldn't need color selectors any longer, but for now, I'm going to leave that alone. So let's see, this stuff is still what it was. Here's our size. We haven't reset the size yet. These are color updates, so they should not be doing anything. This would be for the bevel. This is me just trying to figure out what changed. Like, what changed to cause it not to shrink down the way that it used to be able to do? We used to be able to define it. Like, do we have, like, text bounds is doing something. So we're filling all. Here's other stuff that we changed. That shouldn't do a damn thing. There's resized. I don't remember typing anything in this at all. That shouldn't change a damn thing. Because now this is me just thinking, what do I need to roll back in order to get the behavior again? You remember it, don't you? You used to be able to make these knobs become tiny by shrinking it down, but now that's not happening. And could it be because I've changed the size of this to be 0.5 instead of 1? Because I remember I did that. I totally remember I did that. That was actually fairly recently, so that's immediately calling my attention as like, now what? That's Airwindows UI. Here's the fucking editor. So is that maybe the answer to what is going on with this craziness? That this needs to be 1.0f? Because that's another thing that I changed, but that was like the only thing that I changed there. None of the rest of this stuff got changed. So bounds 0 to 1, 0 to 1, 0 to 1, 0 to 1, 0 to 1. Everything is 0 to 1. So what would be different? Let's see. I don't know why it would do that, but I can believe that that would be why it did that. No. I stand corrected. It super is not what did that. Like, I am no longer able to make this squish down to tiny size. Although I might be looking at another override. Now, when I say looking at another override, what I mean is that here's another program to do the same thing. With this one, I'm able to feed in information beyond what Juice is willing to accept. And here's where we are able to make it microscopic. This is how it's supposed to work, but it's possible that I simply wasn't doing that in Reaper, that Reaper was honoring a refusal to make the sizes of everything little microscopic like this, or giant like that. So what would be happening here is I'm doing the overall window with this. I'm using this resize control inside the Reaper window, and that is specifying a maximum or minimum size, and this might be the natural size of its smallest scale, and I might be seeing that in Reaper, but scaled using the interface so that it's literally exactly twice the size, and that's the smallest it'll go. Because I seem to have it set up to be like this to this, if it honors. So what's happening here is this. I can do anything that I want with the overall scale. If I'm just forcing the window to resize, it forces new information in regardless of what is sensible or useful. And so we can make a long, skinny, tall plugin that still works. And this is just being fed garbage numbers and doing its best with it. Or this way. And you can feed it garbage numbers, and now we have microscopic controls that still function. If I click this part, we have different behavior between Twisted Wave and Reaper. And this one is willing to scale down to this size, but no smaller, and it stops updating. But in Reaper, it's starting out at like a larger, like the overall scaling factor is twice this, because I don't remember it going down to as small as this. But then in Reaper, you can continue making the window frame smaller, at which point it intersects what's being drawn, meaning that the resizing behavior, which I have here, where I can make it be that little, or I can make it be this big and no bigger, like I'm dragging it right past. And then this is neatly 2x. In Reaper, it's acting like this, where you can feed any garbage data into it you want, but then the scaling of the panel being drawn inside refuses to go down to these sizes anymore, but it still intersects the window rendering around it. So what I need to do to fix this behavior in Reaper is take away the scaling factor that works in Twisted Wave and stops you making it smaller than this. What I have found is that that is apparently buggy and doesn't work consistently among different, if it doesn't work consistently among different DAWs, then what I need to do is tell it you don't have any limits. Like that. Set resize limits. Because it's not able to honor it. It's not willing to honor that. So let's go. One more try, but this time without this set resize limits, because it is not able to do it other than like in Twisted Wave. I can't make it work consistently among different DAWs, so we're going to throw it away. Now that I've done that, oh, interesting. Now that I've done that, we don't have the names or the colors specified. But now in Reaper, we can make it do anything we want. No restrictions for the, well, actually no, Reaper is refusing to let me scale down smaller than this. Seems legit. Although I can scale it into this, like here, let me show you. So if the window is this big, I can only make it this narrow, which is actually nice. I like that. But I can make it be this tall, which is somewhat unhelpful. And that's going to work for my Reaper plugin rescaling. That's going to be satisfactory. It will do the thing that I wanted. With one oversight, now that I don't have a resize thing, we're not doing the colors or the text. And that I didn't expect. So we're going to save out of there, quit, and then we're going to put the resize limits back in and see if now that I've got resize limits, oh no, apparently not. So that's what the resize limits do. Oh, what am I talking about? I basically just commented out all of this stuff to get it to work, and it didn't turn out to be that at all. So I commented out a bunch of stuff, and let's put the stuff that I commented out back in. I was trying to find out how that worked. There's our color, and here is our text. I thought that the text thing was somehow constraining the dimensions and forcing the knobs to not do what I wanted them to, but I was mistaken. It was resize limits causing that to do what I didn't want it to do. Although we still have a update to make because our bevels are not what they should be. Let's go and adjust this. So here's where the cutoff knobs thing, get proportion, does. Start X and Y, size X and Y. Cutoff knob start X and Y is going to be 0.2. Oh wait, no, hang on a second. That's start X. What am I talking about? No. Let's step it downwards a hair. 0.1. And then 291. And Let's see if we can get there. Let's see if we can get there with any of this. It's all rather baffling. So proportion of height, get local bounds. It seems to be not able to, well, I didn't test it over and over again. We've removed from bottom almost all of the bounds for text bounds. What I'm wondering is if I can crop it inside that, if I can make the text be smaller. And I don't know if that's true. I'm only checking get width, and I've just changed get height. So maybe we just ignore that for now. So now that we're back into this, we should be drawing all of the things and having all of the colors. Let's find out. I love having this much RAM in a Mac because doing it this way, oh, and see, it overwrites the text when you make the controls tiny. And it is setting, well, yeah, so this should probably be able to override the text usefully when we've squished stuff like this. This is still not ideal. When it's behaving itself, it's cool, but when we have microscopically sized stuff because it's vertically small, that should also be drawn vertically small because it's no longer lining up with the other parts. So let's look into that. And then we're also going to need to update the emboss because the emboss is absolutely not the right amount. I need it to match the controls, and it's not doing that like at all. So one thing at a time. This is fine, but well, hang on. Text bounds, get height, that's an integer. Justification center top, that's going to be fine. I probably don't need to worry about that. And we have global. So why don't we simply use global? It's a fair question. Oh, also I have moved this, which didn't need to be moved. So why can't we just use global? I mean, that's get local bounds too. Let's give it a try. Global get width, that's all going to need to be updated. Ooh, hang on. Or is it? No, that should still be legit. If fewer random variables sitting around doing essentially the same thing, the better. Modern computers can do lots of calculation, but they don't want their memory clogged up with lots of spare variables, and so we're going to see whether that does any good. We're doing our colors. That still seems legit. Line W is the thing we want to look for here. Justification centered top is also pretty much legit, is what we want. So line W plus bevel W times 30. So we're going to be wanting to scale the font. So we're going to be wanting to scale bevel W, and so we're going to be wanting to find why radius is different here. And we are no longer using text bounds. But why did it work on these but not on the other? Because we're updating radius. See, I defined radius and then we're doing something else with it. So we need to do the same thing over here. See, we defined radius and then we're doing something else with it. If radius is, oh, we have a scale height in there too, don't we? Are we using scale height anywhere? Where are we getting that? Where is scale height anyway? Scale height is going to be 1 because we're not tilted. That's why that is there. It's so complicated, but there you go. So divided by 1 equals basically just 1. So that's cool. Then global so now we're updating that. Let's see what happens, because that's basically what we did before. And when we're not actually using tilt, because this is drawing text and the text is not being drawn in a tilted or transformed method, we will now see whether this makes the text become smaller in line with everything else, because it's supposed to all kind of fall in line, even at unreasonable resizings of everything. And let's see if it worked. So yeah, we resize like this and that's okay. And then we resize like this and it's not really following it, is it? But one thing I am observing is that this is making this be larger. It keeps drawing it larger than these other ones. And I'm wondering whether I can scale it down and I'll see a little bit more of this emboss effect, because that's what I'm looking to get. We're not getting an acceptable value on the emboss effect at all. So what I'm also wondering is, when they are the same size, why is it not looking more embossed than this? Like, if I move this over here, you can see the reason this looks more embossed is because these offsets end up becoming larger values. And it's not perfect, like they're not being drawn the same way for each control. Like tilt is having an effect here, stuff is doing different stuff. But all the same, this is a bigger emboss than this is. This is such a small emboss that it's barely drawing at all. And although it's still visible because we're drawing a slight shading in here, it's being drawn on top of text in almost exactly the same place, and it needs to draw these in the sequence of white first, then black, which is the shadow, and then the gray, which is the inside of the emboss, which is slightly darkened because it's shaded by the emboss. And what we see here is mostly just the latter. And they're just all being drawn as colors, but all the colors are related to the underlying appearance, the underlying color that we see here. So yeah, I am interested in why this will not scale the way these do. It kind of needs to be littler than that, and I'm not really mastering that part. Although in fairness, so I wonder whether I can make it be a proportion of the overall width. Because one thing I know about these is I can stretch the boxes out, but, well, no, hang on a second. So what these boxes are inset very slightly from the full range that's being fed in. The control itself you can click in the whole area right up to the edges because the control's being defined within this bounding box. But the rendering is using something a little smaller than that, and so it's being drawn in a little bit smaller than this, but it's also drawing a lot more in the way of the offset. So let's explore. So bounds for the knobs that we are using, we're doing some removing from bottom when we tilt. We're doing reduce by 1.0f, which I think is just the overall scaling of it all. That's just pulling the edges in by 1 pixel so that they don't draw over the outside edge of the bounding box. Scale height gets removed as well. Trim scale height also gets manipulated by tilt. And tilt is gonna be 0 when it's neutral. And it'll go all the way up to 1.236. That's my maximum amount. So what point are we working with square, which is bounds made reduced? We're making some of these squares smaller than they started out. And we're drawing stuff in here. We're drawing our circles and things, but where our fonts are living is from text bounds. And we're not trimming it like this anymore, but what else is going on? Pad height. Where does pad height enter into anything? Here's the root moving from bottom. That's making it smaller. It needs to fit, get height in a different way. So if we get back into here, height's being manipulated by global get height. I'm just putting in some more parentheses so I can scale this to see whether that's going to be any use. If we scale all of the get heights of the bounding box, because this is fitted text, and we scale all of those things by 0.5, and then our offsets for line W are the same. So now what we've done is we have gone in and everywhere it says height, the bounding box that we're confined within has now been told to be smaller than it was. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. So yeah, here's one of my controls. We're able to shrink it down okay. Quite a bit. In fact, But when we make it wide, we're ceasing to have the ability to make, maybe it's because it's the size that it's contained within. See how this is tiny text? And then the further we squish it vertically, the tinier it becomes, but the top text is not scaling down to be as tiny as that. That might have something to do with all of this. So if we because we're just using global get height. If we just aggressively force it to be further and further. Also, we're doing global get height, but we're not really doing it related to, global get height, but everything else has to be within a bounding box, which is smaller. So in theory, that would mean that the rectangle has to also be contained within a bounding box. Radius is limited by global get height, but the local ones are all smaller than global. Now, what I'm wondering is whether there's any benefit in constraining it this way. Like, let's assume that if radius is more than global get height times 1, we clamp it that way. That's still within the range of setting font. We've now set a bunch of these things to be draw-fitted text within a bounding box that can be tiny. Oddly enough, it's a little chilly here because I haven't been running the wood stove. It's far enough into the spring that I thought I could get away with not doing that this morning, but it might be a good idea. That said, it's probably a little late for that today. Oh, I see text that's a lot smaller than it was, to the point where that's consistently keeping within the size of the controls. So that's looking positive. Our offset is still completely wrong. Now what happens when we squish it vertically? Beautiful. Okay. So now I've got a few more adjustments to make. But this was probably fine. So great global get width. What if our maximum width is pretty much full on, but it's the height that's being restricted? And then fitted text height also is contained within that. Line W still needs to be scaled. We still got to figure out how that works. Font size is behaving itself fairly well. I'm going to change the color of these. Boop. I want crazier colors. Let's keep doing random until they are something hilarious. Okay, that's not that crazy, but it's better than nothing. So we have a lovely chill purple. This makes the width stay within, yep, okay. So what's happening is we're manipulating our bounding boxes again. And in this case, what's going on, well, you look at that. All of a sudden, if I do that, my embossing is not doing what it should. It's backwards, but it's drawing in a useful way. So we can take a really long name and if we stretch it out, it uses the full width to define a really long track name, which is actually still kind of small, and then we can vertically squish it and it doesn't actually intersect, meaning that maybe I want to move some of this stuff around. Yeah, it's all very dynamic. But you can have your track names and it will show up on this even if it is a epic length. So this is, of course, a Monty Python routine. Johann, Gavelputty, D Fern, Elsfern, Happen and we do appear to be able to make ridiculous sized names in Reaper, and we're going to be able to bring them up in here. So that's kind of cool. We'll save that. That said, we still haven't got the line W correct. And why would that be? When this is still fine. Why is this offsetting better? We're using line W. You know what? Maybe that's just a mystery. Maybe that's just one of the mysteries that we face. Because you know, one thing I can do is just straight up override. Also, I'm not sure whether maybe just restraining it within the resizable thingy, the draw fitted text, is going to be enough for this. So we got line W plus bevel W. But if we didn't have all that, if we didn't have this many dumb extraneous parens, there, that should work. Maybe what's happening is I'm clipping it down to within a range that's too small. Like, it's becoming a value that it's not able to deal with. I know it's acting differently, so I can just kind of roll with that, I guess. If it is not drawing correctly that away, we'll try drawing it this away and see whether it does any better. I also feel like changing some of the names. Okay, so here's Johann Gammelputty. We are definitely making much too big of an offset here and here, but I feel like it's not necessarily offsetting in every direction. It's offsetting very linearly, but everything is being restricted by the width and height. And that is perhaps something of a concern. So what then happens is we see whether we can't scale back the size by default a little bit. And our bevel is far, far too large, so we can leave out some of this stuff that's dealing with making it so large. Ooh, or, hang on. Back to this. So if we don't have enough of an effect, we can take this out, and then it will be more of an effect. Let's do spot checks while we go. See where we're at. Do a little more custom colors and things, just so that it remains amusing looking while I work on it. So we can set all of these various things to different colors. Like for instance, if we pick a darker color, it's easier to see some of the offsets. So that is a intense we're seeing what the highlight does and whether it's even slightly legible, and I think it is maybe not offsetting the way that I would hope. On the bright side, it's scaling okay, but this is not what I'd wish. And then here's the joke one, where the name is incredibly wide. That is offsetting in a consistent amount, but none of it is actually offsetting vertically because everything remains vertically squished. And so it's staying out of the way of the controls being scaled, even when they are set up vertically straight. But it means that everything is being restricted to this tight vertical area. And so I can't draw these fonts above or below that restrictive line. And what that means is radius gets expanded somewhat. And let's see what that just did, because we just did something. 0.1 to 0.2. I'm also thinking about swapping around the meter so that it is sitting in the right place and doing what I want it to do. But one thing at a time. Okay, here's a adjustment. Oh. Okay, so that's not so bad. It's not shrinking it down quite as much as it might, but it's in the right zone. And our positioning is doing a fairly good job of keeping consistent font sizes for this stuff and labeling it appropriately. And we've got a relatively acceptable. See, it still feels like it's being restrained vertically. That's what's going to happen if this stuff is drawing in a space where all the restriction is vertical. Meaning that one of the things causing that to happen is we're setting the font to be so large that it's just forcing it. The offsets aren't working at the moment. So this 0.2 is probably okay. One of the things I can do is, let's see. Let's reposition these things. This stuff is not going to be relevant very quickly. And you can more or less see that the vertical positioning of this starts where this one leaves off. This one starts at 0.1, and this one starts at 0. Plus 1. So 0.1, 2 this, and then the end result is 0.25, and that fills in this space exactly. That said, we haven't got this stuff calculated out very neatly, but that's fine. That is going to be just fine. I sound like I'm trying to convince myself that it's fine. Well, I'm a little out of my depth here, but. And the thing that I've told this to be is global height times 0.2. So now let's make the font size a little bit smaller and see where we get. Because we're starting to see bevels that are correct. The exasperating thing about all of this stuff is that not only is it sort of weird and frustrating, and I can more or less see what that looks like. So with that, we're telling the text to be tiny. And it's scaling to be tiny much the way I would want. So here's the question. Do you see the difference between these things? Something here, and it's the offset is relating to the tilt. That's weird. See how heavily embossed this is? Now if I change it to this, it stops being as heavily embossed. It's a different size, but it's the same appearance as this. And then if I put it to another extreme again, now it's more heavily embossed again. I feel like I should be doing something about that. And then you look up here, this is also an embossed look, but it is not offsetting vertically. It's only offsetting horizontally, and that is not what I had in mind. Could it be because everything is being told to be? Can but try. Let's try and find out. We're not doing centered top, but those texts on the knobs are centered bottom. Could it be that centered top is forcing everything to stay within a range? Oh, or we just told radius get height to be within this range, but our fitted text is still within 0.1. What happens if I update that? We made that be 0.1 to fit it within the correct space, and it pretty much succeeded in doing that, but what if I've gone too far with it? It's still centered top, but now is it going to give me enough space for the font? Because we've got our font to be significantly smaller than the knob fonts. Okay, this is weird. I don't honestly see the offsetting working quite right, although it is at least a little more of a bevel. But I don't see it being bevels in the right directions. Like on this cutoff here, I can plainly see a shadow on the top left. And I don't see anything showing up in the top left of that. Plus also it's too small. So how much too small? Well, it's looking to be not really half as small as it should be, but it's definitely a little small. So let's jump it up a little bit to 27. Line W was being scaled. And this is starting to become me just exploring and trying to figure out, like, okay, so it still wasn't giving me the bevel that I wanted. But what if I go back to centered bottom? Like, for all I know, there's a special case in centered top which makes it literally stick to the top in a way that centered bottom doesn't do. Because I know that the ones on the knobs are using centered bottom. So who's to say whether maybe it's just a different way of doing it? That they follow different rules, that the justification doesn't act the same way each time. You'd want it to, but that doesn't mean it's going to. I feel like you can't really trust these things very well. And having done that, we are now squished down below something, and we no longer have our information. But what do we see here? Right at the edge, we see what looks like a letter. Our overly large positioning is actually helping us now. The Johann Gumpelputty track name is across over here where the meter is not obscuring it. You can see it at the edge of the bevel. So cool. That means that our get height needs to not be 0.2 but needs to be 0.1 because it's clearly being restricted to a space that is not correct. Having made only that change, now what do we get? Ooh, okay. Remember how I was saying how it wasn't able to offset the bevels vertically? Bingo. Nailed it. So now we have vertically offset, which we didn't have before, but now our offsets are all too large. And the ones for these ones are fine. If you remember, we did some changes to try to exacerbate the amount of offset. And those changes need to be rolled back again now. Because we want it to look like this. And now it is far too beyond. So let's return to the literal code inside the buttons. We intentionally departed from that, but let's put it back. I wonder whether this needs updating too. Maybe it does. You can't but try. So what did we have? We had, let's see. Where's our text? Here's our text. So we were doing a font size that was line W plus bevel W times 30. This is probably where some of those excessive parentheses came from. They'd be in there. And then we had line W is bevel W times 0.5, if I am not mistaken. Let's find out if that's true. 0.55. But the rest of it I hadn't actually changed. So we're going to do that now too. And we're just going to make it match. There we are. And then for lefts, let's also put it to 30. If this draws too large, I can take it back down again. But now it all matches. And we'll see whether it draws like it matches or not. Oh, wait, we're in Twisted Wave. Why did I do that? I'll check with that, but it's Reaper I wanted to see. Okay. It is drawing a little small. And we are offset off of that edge in an inconvenient way. So that's not really what we want. I feel like it might be nice to design this in such a way where you always have this across the top, but then you also have the track name. Kind of like this. And although it's a little bit smaller, it's looking about right. You squish it and it starts looking a little funnier, but yeah, no, you can see that. It's shrinking a little bit. Well, it's shrinking like that, but that is because we are shrinking the entire plugin to an unreasonably small size. There's that. I'm basically okay with making the font go that small if our vertical size for a full, like look at what the size of the meter is. That's unreasonable. What I am not entirely happy about is the amount of space here. That seems not great. So why is it doing that? Is this really... Well, let's see what else we can make happen. So that shrinks down pretty good. If we make it be this big, there's presumably a bunch of space it can use, but it's not using it. And this is using more space than the title is. So that can't be right. Well, what happens if we tell the font to be ginormous and see what it does? Is it going to kill the bevel effect when the font defaults to far too large and then fitted text just forces it into the right space? Let's make it 10 times larger. It's a 300 font rather than the normal size. So this should do wild and crazy things. If not, I'm missing a guess, and I don't know what I'm doing. And I do believe I am seeing something interesting here. And one of the interesting things is that we are always cropped off the top now. Our font size is clearly not scaling relative to the top of this. It's like it's scaling to the top of the actual window or beyond. That's weird. Why is it doing that? Well, we're working with fitted text in a juice rectangle. width is global get width plus that, get height plus that. So maybe what I need to do is manipulate all of these things, because here we're working with global get local bounds. We could instead, because this draw fitted text and stuff, we are doing the justification, we're doing get width, we're doing get height. Global is get local bounds, meaning that it's being fitted within this rectangle, but the rectangle is being defined by these things. And having the rectangle start at 0, 0 is not working. Like gDrawRect, this black outline is apparently also not working, and that's odd. Oh, no, wait, because so draw fitted text is not doing what I thought it was doing. Maybe what's happening is it's trying to draw the fitted text on just like the bottom edge. Well, no, that doesn't make any sense either. So width is fine, but global get height times 0.1 is causing me some issues. So what would happen if we just stepped that in the direction that I might want? What if instead we just do 0.15? And we'll just start stepping this in a direction that might be useful and see what happens as we start making that text intersect with the meter. Because we've now got the text way too large, so we might be able to find an appropriate way to have it go right up to the meter, and maybe we just did. It's just that our text is too huge. And more relevantly, the rectangle in which we are drawing fitted text goes right off the top of the screen. This is not a rectangle that goes up to here. This is a rectangle that goes up to up here somewhere, and I don't know why. That's weird. And I'd like to sort of figure out why that might be. What would happen if I amend that in the process of making the rectangle? So here we have this. We're defining the rectangle only by two things. But then see where that parenthesis is? That parenthesis is rectangle int parentheses, meaning that I can manipulate it using rectangle stuff. So if I remove from top, an int, namely 1, this is all very hacky, but if it works, we're good. There's our rectangle again. And so we're drawing our fitted text, but we're removing from top. How far does that take us? My question there is whether we have some kind of weird negative number on that. Like if you define the rectangle as global get width and global get height, and it's centered on 0. That would be really strange, but it would kind of explain things in a bizarre way. Or if it's horizontally centered on 0. Okay, curious. And if we do that, now we can no longer find the text at all. That's even weirder. So if we go back to 0.1 for a size, this is what we increased in order to make it reach down to where we wanted it. And leave the remove from top. And also let's scale this back from ridiculously huge to just preposterously huge. We've made it so big we can no longer see a damn thing. And with the remove from top, we still cannot see the track name anywhere. Funky. Can we do remove from top 0 and have it be anything useful? Yeah, if that actually was a float, it would be removed from top 1.0, which would remove all of it. But it's not. That's not supposed to be a float. It said int. It could be lying. It could be the documentation is broken or crazy. Experimentation should tell us that. It continues to look like remove from top literally just kills it and makes it not work. So that's interesting. And we do have to use this as it stands because we're doing line W to do that bevel. We might just have to wing it here, like draw fitted text. Well, what can you do on the end of draw fitted text? Nothing. Base type void. What that means is we can't actually do more stuff with this. This is a routine that gets called and returns void, and it just draws some stuff. So I'm a little curious as to what justification centered bottom 1 is. I've got 1 in there, but having removed those things, let's now see whether it draws. We've now got the font size way too big, but we took away the adjustment to the size that was not doing what I thought it would. And that gives us our track size back. But like I said, see how it's changing the scale of it? But if I find a place where I want this to start, and I could simply use the bottom edge of that, honestly. We could just go from there and then scale the font size appropriately, because the font size needs to scale according, it needs to become smaller like this more effectively. That said, I'm very happy to have discovered that when specifying the font and doing center to bottom, you can vertically offset in there, whereas if you use center top, you cannot vertically offset anymore. Hey, Carlo. We are gradually getting little bits of usefulness out of all of this nonsense. I'm just looking at the way that that top part is being drawn, and the way that it's sort of the bevel offsets is acting funny and flashing in weird ways that I don't find especially helpful. But it seems to care mostly about scaling up, so there's that. This is not necessarily meant to scale up that big anyway. So here we are. Let's just kind of walk all of this stuff into a useful place. Let's assume that we are always going to have a meter. but the meter doesn't necessarily start at 0.1 because 1/10 of the total size of the plugin is still fairly large for a line of text. So what if instead we were at 0? See, the vertical stretch of this is also a concern, but the way that it's being scaled is like, erg. .05 and something else. How about 0.2? Not 2.5, 2. Meaning that 2 plus 0.5 is exactly 0.25. Some of the reason why I had a lot of funky looking numbers there was I was using golden ratio to specify the sizes of knobs and things. And I could still do that anytime I want. I'm just not necessarily doing it this instant. Also, I have the capacity for putting like tiny, tiny little knobs that are 0.5 in size. I'm not sure if I want to, but it could happen. And let's build that and see where we stand. Because I just made a couple of little changes and I want to see what they do. But the font size is going to be unfixed. Ooh, and we've just opened the wrong thing. Okay, so there's a font size where if you squish it to be unreasonably small, you can kind of still see the bottom edge, but it's scaling in an interesting way. You could probably fit these smaller fonts in this space. What we've done here is made the entire plugin unreasonably small, which I'm supposed to be able to do. And then if I make it larger, it starts freaking out clearly. Look at that. So it's not happy about that one bit. Part of that may simply be because I'm using an unreasonably large name, and then as I scale it beyond the beyond, we start getting into flaking out zone. And that's because I have a test case that is a crazy name. And so I'm basically okay with that. It's supposed to look like that, but smaller. And then these are all clearly too large. But as far as this fits, like, yeah, I squished it down, move it up and down like this, stretch it out. It's being drawn too large, but there's probably ways of dealing with that. Like, I'm able to scale it out to... What I'd like to do is manipulate this in such a way that the track name fills up this space nicely, no matter what size I make it. Like, it's all relative scales, so you gotta kind of position it. But I would like the track name to not like scooch up off the top of the screen this way, or drop down into the meter this way. And so it's time to start exploring ways in which maybe I could make that happen, because it's a mystery. And meter set bounds. Okay, that's correct. And that is starting at, let's see. So meter starts at 0.5 and is 0.2, so it goes down to 1/4 of the screen. I could have it take up more space than that. Depends upon how important it is to always have these elaborate meters and everything. It's kind of neat. Like, having it is cool. Also, there's space for other stuff too, like if I do this, then it's a window in the middle of the screen, which might look nicer. Let's have a quick look before fixing the text and see what we get. I am in favor of sort of consistency for this stuff. I'll just want to design it appropriately. So here are the ways in which you can squish the size of the knobs, and whether the size of the meter can scale appropriately. Like that's the way that a knob would scale. But the knobs are limited by aspect ratio, so they can only go so far, whereas this is not. And the text is scaling in unusual ways as well. So we'd like to have it not go down this far when the text is huge. And we'd like to have it not go off the top of the screen when the text is tiny. But when the text is this tiny, it's deceptive, because under normal circumstances, we would have a ginormous pile of microscopic knobs squishing them vertically this hard. And that's totally unreadable, so you wouldn't actually design it to be usable at this size, and so we wouldn't need the font to be legible at that size, because you really kind of need to make it be a little bit bigger in order to be able to use it. And again, our busted vertical positioning with the name that is the joke name. The whole purpose of that is let's break it as hard as I can so I can try to make it behave as well as I can during the... And I'm still thinking in terms of, do I want to design these around a meter that extends a substantial amount of space? Because I've got this set up so that the meter can be the top section, and it can. It's not actually... I could probably make this inset in a way that is consistent. I bet I could make it so that it can crop up tightly but expand so that there's space around the outside edge to show off that bevel without having it leave this much space on the edges. Because that is kind of no bueno. I'm not liking that. Back into the breach. Let's see what we can do. So meter set bounds, area get proportion. Area is the total size of everything. So that's returning a rectangle. I bet I can override that a little bit. I bet you I can override that a little bit. Watch this. It's scaling to fill literally the entire space. That's all well and good. It's get proportion juice rectangle within give me a second. So set bounds, get proportion. Now what? Remove from was giving me problems before. Remove from left and remove from right. Set width, new width, Wait, I've just called this. I can't just call it twice. Oh, no, wait. I am using area. So what do we have here? Oh, no matching member from function call to set bounds. Have I added all of the parentheses that I need? Oh, you can't call area get proportion and then tack other stuff onto it, can you? But what if you could? Or see, it works if I do area get proportion, juice rectangle, blah, 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 blah. That's going to give me a scaled rectangle. So I can also make it the full width. In fact, I could go farther and be like, hey, Airwindows GUI plugins always have lots of metering for everything. Hey, Mel, I'm not sure how common it is in the US. I don't know. So if instead of doing that, so area get local bounds, line width, area get width. Ooh, which means I have line width as a variable available that has been restricted enormously. That said, that doesn't mean that I'm using line, well, hang on. Shucks, I guess let's find out. We'll just do this one and see if it is actually happy with that. I do not like template arguments of You can't see that, it's under my face. No viable constructor or deduction guide for deduction of template arguments of rectangle. So probably what's happening is line width is an int. So that's not great because that needs to be well, we're using area for stuff, so let's find out what happens when we change these things here, like line width divided by area get width should still be a float. And in fact, I should be able to also do this. There. Having done this, we should now have inset our space by exactly the width of that, which also means we can continue to fool with it, but it is a factor of the spacing, and bits of it have worked and bits of it have not. We're able to space it out by the line width, and the line width is the scaling of all of this stuff, and so the bevels have become much bigger at huge sizes. They're still ints, so we are still kind of scaling them in and out. Oh, I know what's I think I know what's happening. So here's part of what's going on. We can scale that up even more. Let me move my parentheses around a little bit just so that the float literally sits next to that. (1.0 minus) needs to be larger than the amount that I offset the first rectangle by. Seems weird, but there you go. That's what it looked like. It looked like I was able to make the rectangle offset by yay much, and then it offset the other side of it, but it only put it back to the previous margin. So having done that, I should have something that looks like it's stepping in from both sides. And I would say that it does. Look at those edges on this ugly color. We've got a bevel, which is quite obvious and clear. And then we are making this little boundary in here in both sides. So the question becomes, can we make it look nice when I draw a phrase in the top here? Because this needs to look different. And then we can have the meter taking up more than the top. For instance, if we use our beloved golden ratio that we use for everything, the golden ratio rectangle inside this can be the control region. It can take up golden ratio size for all of the knobs, but then this section up here can be the inverse. And that's fairly easily done. So how would we do that? Well, among other things, we need to make some of this scale better. So here's our font stuff. And we know that's way too big, so let's take it down a bit. Line W square root times 0.55. So what will happen as I do that is if line W equals square root times 0.55, that means that the additional amount of square rooting is having, if it's bigger, if the 0.55 is bigger, that means the second level of square root, meaning this is the proportion where as your window size gets bigger, the font size does not follow along. The more of that, the more it is going to resist scaling up. Relative to bevel W, which is different, bevel W scales up more aggressively. So let's try that. In fact, oh no, wait, we do need to calculate it. Ooh, but that's also the amount of beveling that we're doing, so that's going to change things. Let's see what it does. we've just made that be different in a couple of different ways. Let's see what it does. Let's see if we're in the ballpark. I'm changing too many things at once. Let's also make more colors. That's not what I had in mind. This is. We're just not getting vivid enough random colors. There we go. That's ugly as sin. And we'll save it like that. So what I just did made the bevel become way too large. That said, as we resize, the shrinking down is starting to be within the zone. It's just scaling up is making it go too far. If I'm remembering correctly, the size, something that I have in here, well, let's save that. Something that I have in here, like where it says 0.1, is making it do this. Oh, and here I have radius. I have failed to change one place where that number changed. Let's see if this just changes everything. Is that the only location where it was giving me a problem? Because I hadn't noticed that I didn't put that one back. Interesting. We still have far too big of a bevel. As we shrink the knobs down to nothingness, we can still kind of see the text. It is too large. Its bevel offsets are far too big, and it scales up too big and moves down too far. So what was causing that? Well, I do notice, however, that I've changed the positioning so meter starts at 0.05. And making this bigger moved the baseline of the text down. So all of this gets changed to 0.05, and let's see what we got after doing that. This is also why to sometimes define variables. If you're changing the ones in a particular place and you miss one, then weird side effects can happen. Also, we'll take that down a hair. And so here we go. I'm in. Ooh, look at that. We're looking much better already. We still need some help with the beveling, and we're having a little trouble as we scale things to become small. But you know what? One side effect of that is that we're not scaling down to the edge of the meter anymore. And that might also have its uses. So I know one thing I got to do is deal with the way that the bevel is not actually working properly there, but some of this is looking okay. I just feel like I can make it I can make that text be bigger and get away with it. And then I can make it be much smaller. And that 0.05 is what moves it down to intersect with the meter. If I moved it down without changing the font size, here's what will happen. 06 instead. Or wait, let's go even farther. 07, but not 075. Not halfway over, but close to it. And then there's the 0.05, which becomes 07. Here it is again. And then the font can get a little bigger again. I'm going to run off and grab another cup of coffee pretty soon, but this is going along okay, and this is not the most stressful of my coding days for this stuff. Let's see, did I hit there? And I think that's because although I'm experiencing some mystery and confusion, there's a bit of a baseline there where bits of it are behaving itself. Kind of like this, like the 07 does indeed let me move it down to intersect. And then shrinking it to become small does in fact move it up, and I'm not really able to make it not intersect the top. But here's the thing. This is all rescalable in an unreasonable sense. So if you have something where I was making it look right like this and you scaled it normally, by the time it became that you couldn't read it off the top of the screen, this is now a postage stamp. The controls still work, but you don't want to make your interface this small. The only reason it's possible to make it this small is because I'm going to let you. Normally, you'll just be like, okay, what's a good size? Here we go. And it will instantiate as something that is useful. Kind of like this. Here is a white setting, and this will instantiate as default size. But since it is a track set to the color white, it is applying the color white for everything. And then you resize it, and that's making these things change, but it's all fine. And yeah, so basically all I have to do is deal with this. Interesting. Oh, did I scale that one to be invisible? I wonder whether I did. Let's cut that and reinstantiate it. Oh. Well, now that's funny. We've got track 9, which would be, well, no, that's not. Okay, you set it to a color and it reads the track thing. But on the first instantiation at that time, it did not like it. So here's what we gotta still do. We've made it so that it stretches out a little bit too much when we make the interface huge. So we need it not to go quite that far down. We need it to offset a lot less than this because this is far too much offset. I think it can scale back a little bit there. I can see how it's doing that and why it's doing it. And then we may or may not also need to make it a smaller font so that it will not become obscured when you shrink it like this, because we're losing it off the top of the screen. So let's save that and go. Line W had been divided. We're not necessarily doing that anymore. If it was divided, then the amount of size being changed by the width and the height will have less of a total effect. But we want it to have more of a total effect, so we are not going to, well, hang on a second. Hang on. Line W is the emboss. Bevel scales more linearly with the size, whereas line scales less linearly, so adding it to the set font calculation will make it so that as you scale the text to be larger, the size doesn't follow along. But we want the size of the text to follow along a lot more linearly than that. So what we want to do is we can just leave that as what we had. It was 0.55, but then not use it for this. Only use it for bevel, for set font, which means now that it's going to do something else. And so let's find out what the size became, because we just changed the sizes again. And we did not update our offsets. But I'm happier with the resizing part. When I say we didn't update our offsets, it's still doing this. But we know what to do about that. This number 0.07 was what was doing that. So we'll take it right back to 0.5 and see if that helps. That's what it was before, when it wasn't intersecting. Save, and we're going to build again. And let's just see where all this takes us. We might be zeroing in on a, what did I tell you? We might be zeroing in on something that looks good. That said, remember how I would like it to be a little bit larger, and I'd like it to scale a little bit better, and I'd like it to fill up the space a little bit better? That's what we're looking at right now. That needs to be a little bit larger than this, although it is fitting with the middle size very well. If we do this so we don't have manipulated sizes, then we have very consistent labeling sizes, including for our Johann Gamble putty, who is sitting around here somewhere. There it is. And so that doesn't really go down to the edges the way that I would like, but we can sure have unusual track names. And that is an unusually large track name. But you could totally make it work, couldn't you? So what's our next move beyond the next thing that I have in mind, which is, I wonder if it's going to remember any of the sizes. Probably it's not going to remember window sizes. Let's do an HD size, 720p for a basic window instantiation. And then we're going to, oh no, that's 1220 by 820, that's no good. So that's broken, and this is broken. In particular, the fact that it fails on Reaper is a deal breaker to me. Like, if it can't do that, I'm not even interested. Ooh. Just for laughs, Let's put the melatonin inspector back in. Let me show you what that is and how it is. There it is. We can instantiate that. Here's where we instantiate it. We do need to have it covered in here. I'm done with the color selector. We're doing something else. But the melatonin inspector is actually going to start in the top corner. And it'll be the size of the text bar and just a tiny bit wider, but you could have it just as the size of the text bar. And now that I've done that, I'm going to go back to here because a small change here will have a fairly large result. And that's going to lower the large font size position down to where it intersects with the meter and fills up the space more effectively. And then we're going to make the size be a little bit bigger. Oh. Let's just use 55 all over the place, shall we? Let's put it here as well to see what it does, because this is all local work. In fact, let's give this individual names rather than use names that are being used elsewhere for something that is similar but not quite the same. Bevel width and line width. Instead of that, we're going to call it something else. I should actually do a refactor rename here. And sure enough, it can only find those. Got there. Same deal here. And this will show me everywhere it can find it and everywhere it's doing it. So if it brought up all manner of other stuff, it would be other stuff within scope. So now that looks a little bit more custom. It's a little bit less distracting with being very similar code to inside the knob control. Let's see what we got, shall we? Save, build. For the rest of this afternoon, in the absence of like somebody coming and helping me do the build factor for these things, I'm going to be getting XML to work here because that seems like a next obvious step. Here's our project. And they are defaulting to the relevant space, and our melatonin button is larger than I thought, but I am at least able to look at the size of these controls and see that it's still scooching in a little bit too high. So 55 did not actually turn out to be the correct number for that. We keep having this thing where if I squinch it up like this, it tries to move off screen. And I would enjoy being able to fix that, but I'm not sure it's necessarily going to happen. Let's see what we can do. And this button is too big. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. Maybe I can guess. Maybe I can figure that one out. Oh, maybe I know. Okay, so first start X and Y placement and then size X and Y placement, but it does not seem to be wanting to give me. If I want it to be a square button that size, maybe it needs to be a square button that size. I thought I could stretch it out. I thought I could make it a wider button. That does not appear to be what it's willing to do, but it might, I believe it'll be willing to make itself into a tiny button. That or, okay, so X and Y. So I should have had this one, the wider one. Let's see what that does while I tinker with the rest of this a little bit. We are now deeply into the voodoo economics of it all, but that's fine because sense will be found eventually of it. Let's just take everything that says 55 and make it be bigger. I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee in a moment. Because basically I'm just winging it a little bit too much. It's drifted away from knowing what the hell I'm doing towards getting funky. There we go. See, that's what I had in mind, was a inspect the UI thing that fits into this slot. So that's what I wanted. We can even inset it this much. We can even make it be in here, but I don't really need to. And here is a label, like our Johann Gobbleputty label, that fits neatly within the space. And can we scale it? Not especially. So hang on a minute. Maybe I'm still making it too nonlinear. Like if we make it be large, it's sticking to the edge nicely. That's cool. But it has room to scale up, and bevel is operating on a square root function. So I scale the window up more, but it doesn't follow along. Although it's following along with the size of these, and that's all fine. Then it has a normal range where it seems to be basically good. And then as we get smaller and smaller, you start losing it off the top. And that's because the square root function will only go so small. But if I really meant the size of it to fit neatly within this range, the vertical range that we see here, it would be not doing nearly as much of a square root function. It would be quite linear, in fact. Let's play. Also, I'm going to dial this back a little bit. Let's start with a smaller size. That's no longer HD's dimensions, and so that's not great. As long as I'm thinking of that, let's bounce into Chromium. And it's going to show me a bunch of stuff, basically 16 by 9, and probably throw a bunch of these things at me. So I've already fooled with 1280 by 720, and it proved to be rather large. This is somebody's video capture, Daily Bop. So here are also possible resolutions. Is this a 16 by 9? That might be nice if it is. Yes, that is a 16 by 9. So let's see what we get if we do that. If we say it's 960 by 540 as a default size, knowing that it can then be redimensioned any way you want, but it's starting out, it's almost like designing it for an iPad or whatever, so that if you're using it on an iPad and you're able to open the thing up like that, it goes boop to the size of the screen for you to work with. Or comparable sizes where you could tile them on the screen. Well, understanding that you don't necessarily want it literally the screen size when you start it up, but you could stretch it to be. So that's the question for that. And then the thing that I was wondering about was more along the lines of how we do this label stuff. So the emboss scale is following. What if we simply took radius directly? How far off are we if we do that? Time to find out. Because that is a situation where we can just straight up divide or multiply it in some way if it's off, but it might be in the right ballpark for being able to. And the funny thing is, all of this might just only exist on Reaper or whatever. Oh, we have actually lost it. Either we're too small or we're too big. Let's figure out what we need to do in order to make that come back. So set font, this divided by current font get height. So that's still quite large. So if we're not using, because radius get width, so let's have a quick gander with the calculator and see what kinds of variables we're likely to get. If our width is like 960 or whatever, well, the square root of that became 30. So label scale becomes 30 times 0.59, so it's like 15 or 16, times 1.618, so it becomes larger again, so 32 or 40 or so. And so 40 times whatever, whereas 900 is not very, so that would make it become 90 if that is correct. So maybe we're going back to this kind of calculation. Wouldn't it be funny if that was exactly the right value? We'll find out, but it's in the right ballpark. The 0.05 is going to give us a font size that should be roughly in the ballpark. And I think that was actually mistaken. Let's stretch it to huge and see if we can see the bottom edge of the font. No, I can't. Okay, also these are a little cumbersomely large windows. And I'm not sure if I love that aspect ratio. Maybe a square size would be nice. Like, if we do end up using the golden ratio, then starting with a square aspect ratio for the plugin will mean that the internal ratios, the internal sizes will be pleasing shapes. At any rate, let's see if we can further fool with this. Now we're at 0.05. If we need to scale this way down, this would be going in the right direction. But we still do not see any text. That's not great. Well, maybe I can reverse back over all of my changes. There. Label scale times 59. Does that put it back in the zone, or have I done something else? Nope, there it is. Okay, so I got my text back. Now what do I have to do? Because I'm pretty sure I don't want so these should be floats and that should work. If I was to use radius directly, that seems not good. It's not actually working. Get current font, get height. So I was assuming that I was going in the right direction by scaling stuff down farther and farther, but what if that was actually making things too small? If I was to use this times 59 instead of the square root of it manipulated in this way, so that should give me an unreasonably too large font, unless I've made some kind of terrible mistake. But it should still be, and I do see the edges of a font. Interesting. That means we're in the zone. So if we scale it back by a factor of 10, instead of times 59, times 5.9, this is 10. Rather than dividing it an enormous amount, maybe we're closer to using it directly than I thought. This is 10 times as small as it was. There's multiple divisions. We're also dividing by get height. So 10 times as small as it was gives us tiny text. Interesting. And the thing about tiny text is that it gets even tinier when you squinch it down here. But we should be able to expand it to be larger too. So it's about half the size it needs to be, or a third. So instead of 5, if it needs to be 3 times as big, times 15 instead of 5. And we'll see what direction this. I wasn't expecting to take radius and have to make it larger in order to get a working font size. That comes as a surprise to me. Looking better. I'm liking the scaling of this. It's just not able to scooch down. And we know what to do about that, don't we? Yes, we do. This stuff is looking better and better. We need to take that small 0.5 whatever, which makes it scooch down until it intersects this edge, and that's probably the only change we need to make anymore. 0.59 becomes 0.6 or more. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if it was 618? Shall we just try that? How can we not? How can we not? We always love our mysteries in that nature. And then we're not using this, so let's leave that alone. But we are using this. It is actually very cute how mathematical constants like showing up in all kinds of funny places. It is a very sort of heartwarming, neat thing that happens with that like, oh, look, here's this constant, and it magically showed up over here. That said, the stuff that I'm doing with that is definitely just for laughs. Now, if these were to also be scaled up exactly the same way, what would end up happening is the emboss would get more intense. So let's see if the emboss wants to get more intense. We'll do a quick build. And we'll fire up Reaper. And let's see what we got. Could probably survive the emboss getting a little bit more intense. Yeah. Like when you make it extremely large, the emboss is sometimes a little bit fugitive. Like I can see it, it's there, but it doesn't look as deeply carved as some of these other ones, including this where this is more extreme at this size than at this size. Oh, lovely. Will you look at that? That is fitting everything in perfectly. Perfectly. Love it. Love it. This is exactly what it needed to do. So we can have our giant size text at the top of the screen and fill it in like this, and also squinch it to microscopic sizes if you really wanted to, at which point the text is fairly unreadable. I feel like it could maybe scooch downwards a little further even than that, but that said, it does seem fairly pleasing. What shall we do now? It's like the larger you make it, and I do have space to make the emboss a little bit heavier here. Clearly. So let's do that. We're going to continue the meme. It's not a giant change, but it's just a bit of a change. And then do we need anything here? No, it's basically fine. I'm trying to remember whether increasing the font size is making it step down a little bit lower, because maybe we just want to increase this a little bit. Hang on. I'm missing a trick. Look at this. If we want to make this slightly bigger, we can just continue the meme. The fun of doing stuff like this, especially when it more or less fits in and works, is it makes it seem as if everything is cool and mysterious. And it just happens to be doing that. There's no special meaning to it, but it makes it fun. It's like a fun sort of private gag to do with this stuff. That said, this stuff is now clearly cropped up against the top a little more than I wanted. So our magic numbers aren't all that we wanted them to be, but bits of them are working out fine. Here's the part that needs to be trimmed. 618? No. Let's try 65 or something. Memes be damned. Let's make it actually fit. Or see how close we can come. Because that is the parameter that'll do it. That is the change that will make that move in the direction I need. And it has not yet done it, but we're getting we're moving in that direction. That said, unless I'm taking it the wrong way, wouldn't that be funny? Because I want it to be more centered. It's a little too close to the top edge. Let's make it be square as well. Just while we're at it, we're going to throw in these various things. Let's make this a tinier button. That still fits in the area. That's now a very tiny button. So, where are we at? We're still fiddling with this. So if I seem to remember, going to 0.07 was a step too far. Let's test that theory. We're also going to see whether it's moving in the wrong direction. So I feel like taking it this direction is supposed to make it intersect, but if it doesn't, then I've learned something. There, I'm liking the size of those better. And this is indeed moving in the right direction. Probably what I can do to make it, what I can do is I can scale back the size here, make it be just a tiny bit smaller, and then it will not push up to the top as high as that. Also, my font size is quite a lot larger than in a large sized scale. It is quite a lot larger than the indicators for these. That would imply taking it back to 15 or something like that, but that was too small, wasn't it? Or was it? We could move this a little farther in this direction after having scaled the other bit. And maybe this is going to be, remember, we can still change fonts. Check this out. Airwindows Globals can be whatever you want it to be. Such as, what can I think of? Do I remember anything that was close to, Microma. So now we save that. And then the next time we run this, we've been doing all of this detailed fussing for the fonts on my default font, but you also get to have your own font. And so that's how this is supposed to work. And I feel basically happy with, I mean, it's taking up a lot of space, but it's kind of supposed to do that so that it'll be readable when it says things like Johan Gambopani die Vernasver and whatever, I forget the rest of this name. So if you decide to call your synthesizer Johan Gambopani die Vern, Ausvern, etc., you should be able to see it in your screen, even if you have to stretch it out this wide to do it. And then it's supposed to be drawn to look nice, which I think that is looking basically nice. And it is scaling according to the size of the font height pretty effectively. It's just using up all that space. So if instead if this was one of your things, then you'd be able to work with it like that and go, oh, I know what I'm working on. This was the insanely rocking guitar. We're losing the underscore there. We're losing the G. So maybe it's worth fiddling with this. I kind of like how it's fitting stuff into that space and cropping it really tightly. And I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. And remember, we've got Sudara's melatonin inspector, which, as long as you move the stuff out of the way, because it is not floating on top, lets you investigate a lot of this stuff. Oh, hello. What's going on here? It looks like I have changed stuff in melatonin. Isn't that amusing? We have updated the font for parts of this as well. Let's see if we can do it on the fly. So Microma, that was a good way of using up all the space in there. Arial is what you get if you don't know anything else. And so I will need to close these in order to be able to reopen them. But when you reopen them, oh, well, hello though. Okay, there's a new thing I need to do in here to make it honor this stuff, because it's no longer honoring these things. But I bet you, if I save and quit and restart, it'll load up that stuff. But if you're instantiating it, it's not doing it. So let's see if it does what I thought it would do. Yep. And yeah, Arial is even more cropped than that. So I feel like it's probably time to scale this back a hair. Just is slightly smaller of a font than the rest of this stuff. So this needs to be scaled back a hair. And let's just observe how it shrinks and expands. Fair, okay. Good, good. Seems legit, so we just want a different font size. Like that much of a smaller font size, and not to scooch things down quite that far. So let's see what 0.7, so that we can have some of our descenders. And these things will do the job of setting the sizes appropriately. So now we're in Arial, which is what would happen if you're set to a font that you're not actually getting. And our positioning looks to be basically okay. I think we can go even smaller here, but on the whole, it's behaving itself fairly well. Our knobs and their captions are working okay, although the tilted ones always do end up being a little close to the knob. But then when they're not, it's doing a little better. So probably fine. And let's keep fiddling with it. So if I need more in the descender, I can take it from 07 to 069. Oh, hang on. Hey, Jonathan. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you like Preponderant. It's an unusual plugin. Preponderant is odd. Let's take it to radius times 12. I have such a large font there that I can probably scale it back that much too. And let's see what we've got. Okay, now the text is scooched down a little bit too far. Maybe this is the point at which we do the meme thing of taking it down to the factor of 0.618, because we're at like 0.69, right? So if instead of being 0.69, we were at 0.618, then we'd be looking at something. When you only have Arial installed and you don't have any of my custom fonts and you haven't set a custom font, we're going to go back to Macroma and see whether it lines up nicely with this too. Because like you see here, we're trying to do like get current font, get height to force all of these to sit in the same height. We're trying to ignore font heights and just make everything work, which is not something I think is common for plugin people to do. I think they usually will pick a font and be like, this is my baby, this is my font, you're gonna use this and like it. Oh. Hey. I am willing to say that's gonna do reasonably well. Like if you make it big, it scooches a little bit too far down. And if you make it impossibly small, it disappears, but we knew that was going to happen. And in the middle range, it seems nice. And it looks like part of the rest of this on whatever color you're using. Now let's put that away and go back to Macroma. Oh. Which is a cool font. It's a very cool techno-y looking font. No further changes. And now when we use Macroma, it's scooched a little bit farther down, but it stands up better to making stuff tiny. And yeah, I mean, with regard to how fonts functionally work when you're throwing custom fonts in things, I feel as if this is probably as good as I'm going to get, because fonts all have different descenders and X heights and all that kind of stuff. And I'm doing the best that I can as far as compensating for the very different behaviors of all the fonts, to the point where I can do this. And it's more or less lining stuff up appropriately. In this case, if I had a little more space between these two hitboxes, it would be lined up more appropriately. And I can do that on the fly, I think. So what I will be able to do is things kind of like this. Cut off, gain. Adjust those positions and write them down and close this again. And now I have a repositioned gain control, which will, oh no, it bounced back again as soon as I resized. But while I have that enabled, and I can do it with a freshly but here's the thing, this is when, if you freshly instantiate it, it's not honoring that stuff anymore. So, where do we also need to have that code? We've got it in here. Where else do we need to have it? How about here? Because we apparently are doing this, but not with paint. Let's move this line of text down to where the editor size lives. It's a more appropriate place to put it. And let's put this right up at the top. And see, when you instantiate the plugin editor, can we get it to do the stuff it needs to do? So we've set that up. Do we also have, like, does that live in plugin processor maybe? Here's track properties. Here's update track properties. Call the version in the editor. Okay, where's your update track properties then? It is here. Repaint A. What if it was paint? Nope, does not like it. Well, let's see how far we got. Discontinuity does in fact induce latency. It is a very small amount of latency. I mean, delays are also a kind of latency. I will have to see whether that matters. I need to work with these things and try them to see what they do. I'm not prepared to assume that that will matter. It may not. But I'll be the judge of that. Hey! It lives. But that still is not doing its thing. Not only that, I believe I can make that one's color go away by closing it and reopening it. And once I've done that, I can't get it back. So this needs fixing. Plugin processor, update track properties, So it doesn't necessarily call this, does it? What if in Plugin Editor, when we are instantiating, we explicitly call it? That might work. If we did, what would that look like? So if in instantiation, where we're doing all of this stuff for the first time, does that get us the value we need? Because it's acting like it doesn't until we do that. I need to be able to close the interface and then open it up again and have that stuff. It's all very well that we can do this and hey, it's colorful, but got there. Yay! Or here's a torture test. Can we close this and reopen it? Nice. Okay, it needed that. It needed to explicitly call update track properties in the instantiation of the program. Having done that, it seems to be okay. What happens if we scooch it over to another nice. Move it around, and it takes on whatever color it needs. Complete with the track name and anything else you would like. What does it look like on the master bus? It's called master, and it is not a track colored. Nor do I think you can. I don't think you can color it. Cool, cool. Boop. Lovely. That part's working. I'm going to make one more cup of coffee after drinking the last little bit of it. And then the next thing we're going to do is XML. Because I'm not seeing signs of people ready to jump in and help with GitHub Actions, although they're always welcome. So I'm going to focus on the stuff that's working better for me. I haven't quite left yet. I'm setting up music. And does SWB capture work now? Yes, it does. I think this is maybe a bit of a derpy track. What's I playing? It's okay. A lot of deep thundery noise. Hard to say. I have not actually contemplated being a studio musician. That's an interesting suggestion. Anyways, there must have been something good in this if people are like, please play guitar solos for me. This is a very noodly solo, I must admit, though. It's all kind of laid back. So whatever is going on here can stop going on right now. And we're going to get back to this actual work because having more or less figured out what I wanted to figure out with Airwindows Globals, we now need to change that over again so that it's reading an XML file instead. It's nice that we have gotten several little things fixed. Like we can do this now. And it's loading these things and it's captioning them correctly. And we've got this inset appropriately. Nothing on any of those tracks, mind you, but if there was, it would be cool. And we've got our little button for firing up the melatonin inspector, with which we can move stuff around and write out what it was. Like, for instance, here we are working on this one, which is in its default size. So if we wanted to adjust the size of cutoff, we could do this with it. And here I am trying to up, and it is indeed showing me that here's 506 by 96 in size. We've apparently got 3. Yeah, so that's the amount of space around the borders. Meaning that I could make those borders be literally right up to the edge, or not. Ooh, don't want that. Yeah, let's close that and reopen it again in hopes of making it, if we close it like that and then reopen it again, okay, good. I'm just seeing if I get my default size back again. But having done that, we see that here is our various models and positionings of things. It is showing me very nicely the positioning of all of that stuff and what its dimensions are like and what the exact size is, so I can redesign this to be like a 494 wide array to be exactly the right number of array elements to step through with this, rather than having it be scaled, which I'm pretty sure it currently is. And then when we do this, we can take the knobs and reposition them as we see fit. Oops. Well, that's not great, but if we were in fact able to do that thing, then that would have been good. And so you do stuff like move your various controls as needed. And that would then give you the sizes they needed to be and the positions you'd put them in, at which point you'd write down those things and type them into the program and have it start up using the right values immediately. You'll notice that those are not quite overlapping. We can make them be a vertical space that seems appropriate. Or set like that. Have extra stuff going on, whichever way we might want it. We can't actually, I'm pretty sure if I resize it, it's just going to bounce everything back again. So I don't actually get to change the positioning of the tilt here. But this is the kind of thing that you would do if you were setting up to do this. And then you'd have all these controls, and they would be, you'd use this and write down what all the numbers were and come up with the correct positions where once you resized it and everything popped to whatever resizable space it was going to be, they would then have that new configuration. They would have what you told it to be there. And yeah, where we're at right now is not so much this, or even this. Although it's nice that I can fit stuff in narrowed spaces like that. Or even semi-tilted spaces to give the effect a more subtle meaning. No, the next thing is the XML file, because we are able to load whatever font we want to use, which in this case is my default of Jost, and we're able to read the track color, but who's to say that everybody always wants to do that? And we have also not set the meter to a relevant size. What we've got for our meter here is from the top edge down to 1/4 of the way. And I would like to have these knobs sit in a positioning that is golden ratio sized so that the sizes of these blocks look more appealing. And maybe that's the next step. Maybe that's the next thing to do. Save it where it stands. We've got everything updating properly, and that's gratifying. Thank goodness for that. We're going to get rid of all the color picker stuff. We're doing other things rather than having a on plugin color picker anymore. That was a fine idea while it lasted, and it did not last very long. So let's see, that is notes on what currently exists. We no longer have the color picker stuff there. So we should remove it from here and see if we have anything else to take away. Nope. Nope, we don't actually need to do anything more to remove the color picker. It is now gone. And here's where we add lots of more knobs, because we're going to have space for lots of more knobs. I'm now curious as to where we're defining some of those things. I guess this is where, right? We're defining that there. And these are the names of the controls. I do not know if we're using default color for anything, but maybe we are. Yes, we are. Because default color is something where we should be able to override it, but we haven't got that yet. And here is where we start working on doing it. So, time to look up what XML is. I mean, I know what XML is, kind of, but time to start looking up what it means to juice. I've looked this up before. So parses a text-based XML document and creates an XML element from it. So in all of this, it may actually never show me what an XML document is. But that's what experimentation is for. So here we've got this, and this is the usual like C++ programmer tendency to have all this information and none of it is what you're going to write. It's all some kind of something's going on with it. So let's see if we have a tutorial on this subject. No, we don't. Oh boy. So that's all very interesting, but I don't see XML showing up here. Also, I am going to need to do some sliders that are horizontal sliders. I seriously am. And we're not there yet. But at some point I shall be. I'd like the slider thumbs to look like the section of the rotary slider with the tiny little inset in there. If you know what I mean. Maybe you don't. Oh, let's see what this is about. I'm sure that's a wonderful idea. Advanced GUI layout. Well, that doesn't actually look nice. But that's okay, because we're going to do something else. Hey, Crappy Blonde. You tend to show up very late in the day for you. If I'm not mistaken, this is the dead of night where you're at, if I remember correctly. So this is considered more elegant. I'm not sure if I agree. But then I have a whole other thing in mind. Anyways, not liking that. I can do better. Looping audio, control audio levels, audio stuff, look and feel, GUI layouts, managing Android screen sizes. What could they have to say about that, I wonder? In-app purchases. Get back, get back. Heck with those guys. Let's not read that. How to make in-app purchases that might be a plugin. Yay. Ooh, build a sine wave synthesizer. If I can build that, then I can build other kinds of synthesizers, and that would be exciting. But so this is going to have MIDI input stuff going on. That is primitive, and I'm not sure whether they have MIDI input on this, which seems somewhat useless for a synthesizer. Here is resizing. I am already doing that in a more sophisticated way than they are, so I don't need to be taught. Resizing when the screen is too small. We don't have much said around here other than 640 by 480 is the suggested size. I was looking to see whether they had useful things to say about you should be expecting these sizes. Pages, tabbed components. Yeah, how about nope? Learn, document. Oh, no, that's not helpful at all. Let's just step back to where it says XML. Detailed description. Yes, very, very detailed indeed, yes. Function documentation. Bloody. So I need to find people talking in their forums and offering examples. Like here we have somebody who may be offering a example. Oh, look, here's somebody with an XML document list that is apparently being publicly, no, 404 not found. Never mind. You may want to check get all subtext. I bet this is going to go to one of those documentation pages. Or 404 not found. It's trying to load. Oh, that's their page. Raw material software is not in the building. Okay. But then that was from 2007, so maybe it's not going to be. Don't worry about stupid questions. As long as I have license to be like cranky or distracted or not answer, you can ask anything. If I don't have to take everything seriously, that opens stuff up wonderfully. So ask the stupidest questions imaginable. If you're just trolling me, I'll make fun of you or something. Probably not. I don't really do that, but yeah. Get text only from current element. Let's see if we can go to there. Yes, you can. At somebody else's forum discussion. So here is somebody who has a example text that doesn't continue. They're not giving an entire thing. They're like, you should know how to fill in the rest of this yourself. However, you don't necessarily want to do get text. It would be get all subtext. And you don't necessarily want to get first child element because one of the things about XML is being able to load elements as specified. Yeah, I stress myself out more than anybody stresses me out, so don't worry about that one bit. You know, if I feel like anybody is actually getting on my case too hard, I can be snippy about it, but I shouldn't have to be. This is all very old. This is a little weird. Why do we have auto and then that's like a pointer sign or something? I'm not sure if I like that person's code. I feel like I would like, oh, but then we have that again. Bounce is not useful. That can't be real code. So, again, in them doing this, they are abstracting. The people who are having these conversations are having the conversations because they know what they're doing. Since I don't, that means I'm in trouble. So we can do this, and then look, everything broke, And I'll tell you why, because I need to do this, because when he said bounce, bounce, that was a comment. That said, we're still expecting a bunch of stuff. So this is not okay. This is not going to do anything useful. I am being given option. Oh, I can replace XML element with juice XML element. Some of this is not actually helpful. You can't see it, but it's saying use of undeclared identifier child. Did you mean while? And no, I absolutely would not mean while, nor do I have artist as a variable. So none of this is actually useful. None of this is doing what I need to do. What it needs to do is like juice string new name, and new name equals get all subtext. So under that rationale, if I move this up to here so I can actually use that thing, and then we're not actually wanting to see file custom settings. Here we can load custom settings as load file as string. But we could also skip ahead a little bit where here we are commenting stuff out too. And now instead of loading the entire file as a string and applying it, we are going to see, and we're overriding it and making it be just if it does not exist. But none of this stuff is still working. So new name, and then artist becomes new name equals name node get all subtext. That said, we are still having a problem here because we don't know what child is or does. And that's because I don't have a whole XML implementation in here or even a piece of one. Instead, what's going on is, you should do this, but they're not actually showing any of what they've done. Just somebody is like, oh, I know you're going to be working with this. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is, but they do. So we're doing XML documents. And then this is their abstraction, and you're expected to know what kind of variable that is. You're expected to know why this has a asterisk, which is I associate that with pointers. I associate that with this variable is pointing to a place in memory that does something else. And this is actually not what Jules would have you do. Jules does not like you doing not equal to 0, and then you do the thing. Instead, Jules would like you to compare it with null or whatever. There's a empty parenthesis in there, and that's how Jules likes to relate to those things. And so that's actually not helpful, and so I got to go find some other things. Here is an example of an existing XML file. So here's something that we can do right now. I doubt I need to say dummy here, though. I'll strip that stuff out. So if I'm not mistaken, that starts becoming a actual, well, that is, all of those backslashes mean that is a comment. So we take dummy out of there, and that makes it become markup. It's kind of like web stuff. And then we got this and this. And these. But you know what? I don't really need this subcategory of param because it's not going to be that complicated. So probably what's going to happen is, since you can call things child1, child2, and param, we probably don't need to call it child at all. I can probably call it and try to parse that. Because if I can get one of those to work, I can get other bits to work. And part of the idea there is to be able to load in names that belong to Juice's color scheme. So you can tell it, yeah, default color is red, and then everything will load up as red, unless you change it. And there would also be one of like, and these may not need to be text either, but that's currently how it's being drawn. And so, apply track color defaults to true. And then it becomes a matter of just figuring out how to parse this kind of stuff, because it is a form of information carrying. It can probably parse stuff in random order, but I'm not sure if that's true. In any case, so I can do that, at which point it will no longer update my fonts and things. But here is the SML parser that this person's not able to use. This looks like nonsense. I know it's sense, but it looks like nonsense. It looks like bibble, bibble, babble. Unique underscore pointer my butt. How close is this to what I've got? Auto XML is Juice XML document parse custom settings. So that's expected. Nope, that's not okay. So how do I iterate through nodes? Like, that's no good. And then that's no good. So we'll knock that over to here, and we'll get rid of some of this stuff because it's doing me no good whatsoever. And then this is supposed to be able to instantiate something, but that's not necessarily doing it. And let's see where these go. It expects an expression. That's because undeclared identifier child. Oh, well, hang on though. If child get child by name, what if we do name node and just go from XML get child by name? Does it like that at all? I'll trawl through, you can tell me how to Google search for it or something, but I mean, I'm digging through the same information most likely. T name. Okay, that's like object-oriented stuff. Using T like that is a problem. So this is not helpful, but what else can you do? Like, what if I take this away and then try to have it autocomplete by doing something else? No. What if it tries to get a child by literally the name that I'm supplying? What if I try to do that? Okay, this is a journey. No question about that. This is a journey. This is no longer causing a problem as far as blowing errors. The question is it even doing anything? We got juice XML element name node. This you can apparently do with auto XML parse it as a document. We're using this as the document. And then we can define, excuse me, trying to be healthy and not succeeding. We can define that there and then just not do it twice. Because if we have a null string, it does fall through. So rather than loading the file as a string, we can tell it, do an XML document, here's an element, get the child of the XML document by name, and then the string of new name becomes name node, get all subtext. If child user font is this, and name node is this, if that gives me my sci-fi looking font, this worked. I am not prepared to assume that it did, but we'll find out, won't we? That would be a very, assuming it builds, maybe it'll just crash. But I mean, if it builds and it gives me my sci-fi font, we have working XML, boom, just like that. Let's find out. No. Here's my plugins, but it did not load that as an XML file and produce the result of that. So no, that's Jost. We want it to be Macroma. And that is because new name ended up being nothing. And we were trying to refer to name node get all subtext, but we failed. So here is some more talk of this stuff. That's not going to help. Oh wait, but maybe the person who is asking down here. And see, I don't need to write the asset files back. There's nothing in the plugin that will allow you to write stuff to the file. If you want to change it, you got to go and edit the file by hand. It's text. Nor do I need to move files to new locations. You're expected to know where they go. Nor do I need to change an attribute value. Is there somebody here who... So we are all apparently doing the scoped pointer XML element. Can I take that code and have it sit in my code and not blow an error, because then at least the syntax will be correct. Is the syntax to this correct enough? No, it is not, but we have an option for fixing it. Boop, and boop, and boop. Oh, and scoped pointer juice XML element is deprecated. How helpful. Nice. You can't really see that very effectively, but it's still true. So, yeah, see, it says scoped pointer juice XML element is deprecated. So I'd kind of like to be able to do this in the way that they expect you to do it, because otherwise I am in for a world of hurt and they're likely to break it out from under me. And that's no good. Alrighty. I will totally go and search those things. Okay, so if you're talking about YouTube videos, I'm not watching those on stream. And that is not finding me anything. Well, it was worth a try. That's interesting. That doesn't look very much like what I'm doing. Also, this stuff is the stuff that says it is deprecated, so we're going to ditch that. So, I can get this, but can it parse as a file? Or is what we're doing failing on some other level, like it's not able to do this part? I mean, this is the part where it looks like it's doing something, but it's not. And I know that uString new name node get all subtext is how you're supposed to get text out of XML files. So there must be somebody doing this in a way that is not ridiculously messy. People keep asking questions that are not really what I'm talking about. So much for my coffee. That's enough for the day. Here's other people being helped in some way by stuff that is not doing me any good. Oh, here we go. Here's somebody. Oh, I've looked at this before, though. Ooh. This is 2019, so it's not that long ago. It's like 5 years ago. What happens if we try to do this stuff? Here's where the XML document stuff is supposed to live. Interesting. So we can do that. And we have a file, so we'll tell it to parse custom settings. Does that give us anything? No viable conversion from, okay, so I've seen reference to this before. No viable conversion from stand unique pointer XML element. That gives me another angle. I can search for stand unique pointer XML element. Here, I use auto here, which means it's doing whatever it needs to in order to make a variable that it can carry around, which is presumably, yeah, that's literally what I have up here. So this is actually a stud unique pointer XML element. So I should search for that, because we can't actually make XML state, but we could make auto. At which point that does the same thing and is the same thing. And then you cannot delete that, apparently. So what I could do is take this. Oh, hang on. What if I need the equal sign here? Like, I'm assuming this does something, but what if it doesn't do anything? It's auto, so it's making this, but then if it's just the parens in there and the XML document parse, what if this is not doing anything? What if it needs to be equals? This is assuming that doesn't just break. So now those look very much the same. Those are now the same, meaning this doesn't need to be there. And then you can't delete it. Oh, wait. I bet you still can't delete it. Yeah, you can't delete it, so I'm not going to try. Which may just mean memory leak, but that's a separate problem. And then we have undeclared identifiers. Why? So hashtag name parameter state get type. So this is somebody being a little bit clever where they're working with some kind of name or identification, but they have this fancy way of identifying things because they think it's more important to be like, well, has parameters state blah, 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 which does stuff. And it indicates it's a name of some kind. So inserting this code makes their thing work. It's ugly. Value tree. So there's a concern. Parameters state get num children. Maybe parameters is their XML file? Or it's some kind of class, it's some kind of C++ class that's doing all manner of stuff. And we don't get to delete the file that we have parsed. Processor is also a limp. Fine, fine. (2019), so it's reasonably recent. We want to avoid non-thread safe stuff. However, some of the things going on in here may or may not be relevant. We've got this value tree. Well, parameter state though. See, I don't have a class like that. I'm just trying to pull out a single string. I'm just trying to identify the child by name and then pull out a single string. And I believe part of that has to do with being able to do the XML element as a node and then get all subtext. But this part's not working. So value tree front is, does this do anything though? So has tag name. Could that be my user font? Could I be throwing in a zero as null pointer constant? Well, alrighty then. That's a warning because we're not supposed to do that. We might also not be supposed to do this. Joule would like us to do a different way of doing null pointers. Let's have a look. Okay, this person is making a file rather than reading one, but there might be stuff about reading the file too. In any case, this is what, ooh, interesting. So this is apparently wrong. That said, the fact that this is an XML file with this and then stuff that is called param with IDs and values, that might be better for being able to, hang on. Like we'll jump back into this. So this could be simply a malformed XML file. Because what that says is project X param ID equals value equals. What I have is just stuff. This is not a value and ID pair. It just says user font without actually saying param ID equals user font. And attr is not necessary. Attr might be more like ID. So this might be closer to what you're supposed to do. And then be sure to put those and closing things on. We might be on the right track here. That we're supposed to have value pairs. You're supposed to be able to look up stuff according to like identification and the value that that identification holds, and that would be what XML was about. So I probably need to have that extra stuff in there. I can't simply have it say user font and then be done. Having changed that, it's probably worth looking to see whether it starts to behave properly. Like, wouldn't it be funny if that was all I needed? That'd be pretty cool. So this, no good. Parse custom settings, makes XML. XML element, name node equals XML get child by name user font. Name node, get all subtext. That's something that I'm told you're supposed to do, because otherwise you have to go to the node and then you go to the text part of the node and so on and so forth. So let's see where this got us, because this is different. We're now adding a couple of things. The rest of the code was the same, but we changed the XML file because the XML file might have been completely busted. We'll find out pretty quick, or maybe it'll just crash. How about let's try that again and see if it works, whether it's just breaking randomly or whether it breaks every time. We'll just beat it against the wall for a while. No, it didn't like that one bit, did it? So what actually happened here? We crashed in the XML element stuff. That's what we did. So that's interesting. That's what we're working on. Unused space at start, malloc nano, null. So we should be checking to see whether it's a null pointer. Get child by name. There are some circumstances where it's not getting that child by name because we have other stuff that's not by name at all. Got stuff stuck in there that has nothing to do with what I'm actually searching for. Region type, unused space at start, and it's not in the region. Malloc reserved, null. So thread 0 crashed on linked list pointer H. So this suggests that we're doing something, we're just doing it wrong. We don't have any illegal characters, we don't have anything like that. But we're doing this wrong. And we're doing it wrongly enough that we were able to break Reaper through doing it. Maybe we need to check some of this stuff to see whether it is a real thing or not. Like XML element name node, get child by name, and then we are defining the string based on that and then doing stuff with it. But if the name node doesn't exist, none of the rest of that matters. Do I have a appropriate use for a null XML node? Well, how would Jules do it? It would be, let's see, XML element. I do not see empty parenthesis. Okay, so that's weird, but I should be able to iterate through them or something. So name node, let's see what we can get to make happen here, because this is, I don't think that's going to be helpful. I'm trying to find if it's a null pointer, but I don't see any clear way of doing that. But it is possible that, well, let's do a little really crude testing. Let's not set the typeface at all. Let's make this go away. That guy with their parameters, that's part of their class. That's not what I'm doing at all. So string new name equals name node get all subtext. But if we weren't doing that, does it still scream and die? And since I'm not defining new name, I'm going to leave the rest of this out. And we're going to see whether this still breaks the XML and crashes or not. Wrong program. Off we go. Can you load or not? Okay. So we didn't even get to that other part, did we? Same problem. Linked list pointer, XML element, but we're not even trying to use what we're reading there. It's just screaming and dying. And it looks exactly the same as it did. Kernel invalid address. Fine, fine, fine. Okay, so this broke. Why? XML get child by name. I wonder if anybody else is using this exact syntax. You'd think that some people would be talking XML get child by name. String ref tag name to look for. So maybe it can't handle a string. Is it not able to handle a string? Do you have to give it some other thing? Or do you have to give it a juice string? That would be interesting. There's our class reference. Somewhat unhelpful. Oh, hey, we have code. We almost never get code. There's literally code here already. It might not be enough code. This is writing elements. This is parsing elements. Alrighty, so here is a thing that we can presumably do. If it has tag name animals, Please do this or that or the other. Oh, so this is messy. I don't like it. That said, it might work. No more code. No code for you. Bad, Chris from Airwindows. Bad. You do not get to have code. I don't have to sort anything. So here's part of how this is supposed to work. We're supposed to have an element of some kind. This is other messiness. That could be something. So first, let's throw this into the pile. So name node. I don't know how you specify tags. So we're supposed to be able to do this, but this was already broken. So this is the part that's broken. Whether it has tag name or not, do not care. We're going to be wanting to iterate through these things, and this is not doing it. And probably because XML is the overall document rather than any given node in it. We can comment this out, at which point it will work. Let's test that assumption. See, when we do just XML document parse the file, I keep clicking on the wrong damn program. Stop it. So now when I do this, it should open up. And it has. And it is not broken. Because we're not trying to do illegal things with XML at the moment. We're just doing fun things with excessively large programs and being a little bit sad that the title of the track, never mind that we didn't have this when I got up this morning, isn't lining up perfectly with this. And we still have not changed the size of that meter. But this is the part that's breaking. And so therefore, let's see what's going on here. Get child with tag name iterator. Okay, so let's have a look at this then. The first important thing to do is see if we can use any of that code, whether or not it's returning any valuable information, and see whether it actually runs or whether it crashes. That's the first test, is whether we can run stuff like that. This is going to be the parent XML. And let's see whether I've done this before and had it help, where you tell it to do that. XML, do this thing, please. And we don't seem to have any, okay, I guess that if we don't have any brackets in here, it is because That's a single statement. And then do something with XML element is not a thing. So that would be like call some other class elsewhere, which is not how I like to do things, and so we're not doing that. Instead, we're going to do this. For auto, and so it's going to step through for each element, at which point this becomes a element, auto element, you see. And then XML element is now going to do this. But we need to use element and see whether that does anything. So for element set but not used. Maybe I did that wrong. Can you do element get child by name? Seemingly. Can you tell this to be this? In other words, set up a name node and get child by name, child's name being user font. Can you do that? Don't need tag names. So if you can do this, then that's a step beyond trying to do XML get child by name, which is not how that works. However, this is an iterator. So it's walking through all the XML elements one at a time. For element XML get child iterator. So that's going to give me as many XML elements, which presumably ID user font, that makes it be an element. I don't know whether I have to call it an element or whether ID will suffice. But big XML file, this would be an element in an XML file, I believe. After all, it says XML element. So name node equals element get child by name user font. Well, I don't know whether that will work, but I can find out whether it'll crash. So let's do that. And then we're still not doing anything with it. But if we were able to do something with it, we'd do this. Let's see if this makes things explode. Yes, I know it's an unused variable. I do not care. If Reaper crashes, it's because this did not work. Nope. It's very unhappy with that too. You know, we're not even in illegal characters here. We're completely failing to do the basics of XML because I have no idea what I'm doing. So this is us experimenting around and trying to find our way through with no documentation whatsoever. So this stuff is all fine. Get child iterator, it didn't crash here. Get first child element, I think this is the stack of stuff, and here's where it dies. So linked list pointer juice XML element operator. So can we simplify this down until it's doing an empty iteration over the number of elements and then stopping? That's the next question. So yeah, 4 elements. So if we don't do anything with it, if we don't even attempt to do a thing with it, but we do this auto element XML getChild iterator, and it loops over that. Oh, don't be sorry, I'm in no better shape than you are, believe me. Now we are iterating over the XML file, but we're not using what we produce. And we got like auto asterisk. I don't know what that means, but we'll find out. Because we have built our build. And then we're going to see whether it's able to do this thing and then not apply any of the results. No. Will you look at that? It still didn't manage it. It still didn't manage it. Why would that be? Well, tell you what, if we don't do any of this, can we run? That looks like a yes. And we do this, and boom. So it didn't crash here. As soon as we try to do anything with XML, like this is supposed to be something. Presumably that's supposed to be an XML document. Maybe this parse custom settings is doing nothing. Maybe that's why, is that this is not actually a thing. It's supposed to be like XML that or something. Nothing to do but keep looking. This reference stuff is useless to me. It does not show me anything that works. It does not show me any code ever. So parsing binary data. Parsing XML is kind of what I'm talking about. So that's, I'm looking for parse. So I'm not trying to write any of this stuff. I'm trying to read and read only. Const string ampersand XML data. You apparently feed XML element XML document parse. So, ooh, Jules. Jules is the guy that writes all of this stuff. So, oh, much better way to write it. Cool. Yeah, show me the better way to write it. Ah, but I don't want binary data. There's the thing. And when he says things like foobar underscore XML, that's not helpful to me because you're expected to know how to do the real data or the real information. And that's not great. So I don't think I have UTF data. I'm pretty sure I just have straight up ASCII. like just text, text, text. We're not dealing with high binary. Okay, but he says binary data, that's even easier, but this is what you do with I think this is to write. I think this is to write. We're doing auto s equals string, create string from data, and data and size, apparently. So I think this is to create XML elements that you then write. That said, let's see what some of these things do. Let's see whether these crash. I should be able to use literal Joule's code and make it not crash. So this that we see with nothing in it doesn't crash. We're redefining XML. That's not helpful. Oh, but what if we assume that our auto is actually this? After all, we did auto XML. I would have gotten that from somewhere. And let's update that to mean juice XML element. And let's see where we get from this. So unique pointer XML element XML equals XML document parse. That is actually the same as I had before. So let's do it the way that Joule's has written it. With these parens around, let's see, presumably, or do I need to? Let's leave that as it is too. And then custom settings, that is the XML file. I've read this in before, so it is in fact a file. The question is, can I read it in as a XML file rather than simply as a string? Because I can load it as a string. But we're trying to parse this. And when we produce XML here, we are apparently producing, well, I'll find out soon enough because I'm going to go and try it. Maybe I've not loaded the XML document at all. Maybe I'm simply looking at one element at a time for some reason. Any case, we're going to see whether if we tell it to be unique pointer juice XML element, that it will crash when we do nothing further with it. And XML document parse. So that should tell us what the document is that we are then going to try to parse. And we can load this document as a string. So we can get the document into Juice. Now we try to address this syntax, and it's fine. So what can we do with this? We've got one of these. I need to start searching for what Juice parsing, let's not even call it reading XML, and then this, which I apparently have one of. (2020, 2022). Here are some recent things. Here's somebody who is parsing a valid XML file and returning no attributes. Here's somebody going, what stupid thing am I doing here? I can relate to that really well. And there's somebody with a memory leak. That's cool. I'm going to read that too. So no attributes, but also no parsing error. Well, I'm getting crashes, so that's worse than an error. What? That's weird. That's a really complicated looking XML file. I don't know how you go about whether I need to make my XML file way more complicated. Like, again, I will remind you what I'm looking at is this. XML this, and then it says XML again, and then it says ID user font. It says stuff like this, which I do not know if that's going to qualify. I just know I'm looking for sections where I can couple the thing that I'm looking for with the value it's supposed to be, and I want it to be as simple looking as possible. This is not. This is value and then a whole bunch of mess here. And then other stuff with other sub stuff inside it. And I don't feel I need to make it as complicated as this. I agree that it's probably a legit XML file, but I don't know what XML files are. Not on this level anyhow. So, okay, check it out. Here we go. So, unique pointer XML element E. So we've got one of these. We've got one of these that's called XML. So you should be able to do if E and E has tag name. Are we iterating? I think we're iterating. I'm not sure. But we got one of these, which means I can take this comment away. And then let's see whether some of this, even if it's an empty statement. So with this one, if they're here, you have a XML element called E. So we do stuff with that. And then we look for has tag name. Track info is inside value. Okay. Well, let's see whether the syntax works at all. So if XML has tag name, this is some kind of assertion, but I do not know what that's supposed to do. Nor will I be returning anything. And does look and feel should not return a value. Fine with me. Fine with me. I think instead we are going to do something else. Like juice string equals, oh, auto something equals. Okay, so it's not returning a value anymore. Instead, it's just making up something to see whether it can. Do not need get double attribute. What if get all subtext works? That's supposed to work. And we're testing, so we don't need a double attribute, but we can see whether this does anything. And it is the auto and we're testing to see whether it has tag name, which it won't. It won't have that tag name. We don't have anything like that written around here. And then it's looking into a sort of sub thing. First things first. we now have something that should be a dummy effect. It doesn't have that tag name. It doesn't have that attribute. We're going to see whether even referring to this causes everything to crash. Because if even referring to this causes everything to crash, then we have a problem. Let's see what happens. Hey, we did a thing with an XML element that didn't make everything crash. Yay. We can apparently do this. What the heck is a tag name? There's other stuff that could be done, clearly. But it's, nope, it's a memory leak. Not supposed to do that. Oh, this is the bit. This is the bit. So, tag name. If you have a XML file that looks like they described it, you can call it a tag name, an attribute. And then we do these things with it. So we'll be looking for a tag name. That's called track info, but we don't want that one. But the XML file looks like this. So we start with value, and then inside it has track info. And this is like a nested stack of stuff. I don't understand how we traverse this nested stack of stuff. Like, why is that even the way that it is? How do you get down to track info? Is it just iterating through everything until it reaches that? Oh, and you have a e-release. Let's see whether that does anything. Unique pointer. Can you do this? That would stop memory leaks if that is a thing that works and does. So the frustrating thing about this is that this is an element, not part of the overall file, and I have not been able to iterate through the overall file. So element could be anything. We're calling it on XML document parse custom settings, but I don't think we're, like, that should return something inside there, but I'm not sure we're specifying anything about how to ask for things inside there. Let's see what happens if we look for this. No, that's the garbage. When I call this garbage, what I mean is it's talking all about it, but it's returning nothing, and it is not showing me in the slightest what I'm actually supposed to type into the code to make it work. Here's somebody asking for stuff. Maybe they're asking for something where somebody is going to be like, oh, you're stupid, you should just do this. At which point, yeah, see, you can already write bada bada boom, which isn't exactly cumbersome. So this is what you basically do is you taunt coders by saying like, can I have this? And then they say, you're really stupid. You should just do this. And then hopefully they've told you something useful. This is, oh, and it's Drool saying it, so of course. But at any rate, like, okay, input string, read entire stream as string. So what else can we do? We can load file as string. Juice string, new name, load file as string. Or read entire stream as string. Okay, so thanks, Jules. That might do something, or at least I can find out whether it crashes and dies. Here we go. So string is now this. So that is read entire stream as string, presumably meaning that you're supposed to be able to feed parse a string. Not simply a file, but a string. Maybe that's what's going on. Hey, Jess. So for feeding specifically a file into something that is trying to parse the document, but instead of parsing the file, you're supposed to make it parse a string. Let us now see whether, okay, so yeah, make an element. And we are now parsing this rather than the other thing. That's exactly what was written here. So if we duplicate that, we can see whether it screams and dies. And that may be along the lines. Let's find out whether this does anything. Also, I just typed XML release, which may or may not be appropriate. If this works, then we have several things that don't break. Doesn't do anything yet, but it doesn't break. I'm glad that it crashes so reliably when it's broken. Hey, it didn't do anything, but it also didn't break. So, I have no choice at having patience with this stuff, because what you get is people like this. You say a thing and people go, oh, it would be handy to have this. Can I do something like this? And then the smart person says, you're really stupid. Why shouldn't you just do that? And then you have to wait for them to be dunking on somebody that they think is stupid before they tell you what they're doing. For example, why not write yourself a function that takes a zip file and a file name and returns the XML from it? Because I don't know how. That's why. Maybe he says more. No, he doesn't say more. But he says, it always works in the entire file as a string after fully loading it anyway. So he's dunking on this guy a little bit more anyway. So that would make no difference. It's always like that. It's always like, that would make no difference. You must be very stupid to be having such a stupid idea. And you just got to soak it up. People like this, woof. But there it is. I mean, they're doing the thing. You want to learn how to do the thing, so you got to deal with it somehow. Patience is absolutely required. And yeah, these are relevant points, like XML files are not big enough, hey Game Boise, to be significant. You don't have to have everything preloaded, which is interesting because maybe that means that we can parse through into individual things. And this, again, when he says there's some aspect of your code that needs DRYing at a higher level, this is not what I do. I do not do that. I do stuff that is explicit. And so he's pushing towards something at every opportunity that is the opposite of how I want to approach it or do it. So all of these things return an element. And these are the ones that are currently working and not breaking. So load this string, and then parse the file to produce a element, and then look at the element and see if it has a tag name, which I don't know how you specify what a tag name is. I can look for other examples of that, I suppose. And I can look at what I've got, which is probably not actually XML yet. Because this is probably means that this is a set of unnamed tags. That said, it's working actively on this. Maybe I'll take a moment to let's step aside from Juice for a moment and see how many of these things are needed to be a real XML file. Okay, so we presumably don't care about note here. And then these are the parts, and this is the close. So this is the thing, and this is the data inside the thing. That's important, because as you remember, what we're looking at here is this, and so what I've got here is not a legitimate thing. That said, I can probably reshuffle a little bit. Like this stuff I just added myself. What we've probably done is added multiple values inside it, but no actual identification for any of it. So if I was to do this, apparently we don't need the quotes and things, but this is a XML file, so it is acting like a HTML file. And here we have value and tag pairs, but to do those properly, you got to do it like this. Or at least to do it the way it's being shown to me here, you got to do it like this. I like the simplicity of it. If this works, I will happily accept it. But I'm pretty sure this is going to cause this to be, and let's see now, no quotes. So we do this, and that's probably closing these without specifying that twice. I think you can do that because I saw that in somebody else's XML. So we can see what that does. And maybe we don't even need, oh, an encoding E2F8. I don't know if I need that. I think this thing up in the top is a comment or something. It's got a question mark in both sides. So we could replace the word XML in caps there with note, and it's presumably a legitimate thing. So now that we've done that, let's step back, look at with an error, huh? Oh, opening and ending tag mismatch. So it's actually drawing, it's basically trying to render it in HTML. That's no good. Below is a rendering. I'm actually looking to see the raw source code, but never mind. CD catalog. Okay, so you're supposed to do this. And then these are all instances of things that you can have. You compare that with what I've got here. So catalog is the same as XML here. There's going to be a closing catalog tag. This has additional layers where there's multiple instances of like CD, and you can iterate through these CDs looking for these various things. Maybe you need to have this here. Maybe does it need to be all caps? I don't know whether it's being drawn as all caps. I haven't seen any examples that didn't have all caps. Oh, it does need to be? Game Boy Z says yes. Cool. Let's find out. And that might be something I said long ago. So is that alone enough, or do I need to this? I can. All of this is in all caps. Let's assume that you need to do that. I do not know if that is the case, whether you could get away with not doing that, but if I do this, it is formatted the same way as I see here. And Chromium parsed this and showed it as a XML file, meaning you could do this with it. So that's presumably what Chrome thinks is an XML file. It's a food menu. There's more stuff here. And yeah, this is subcategories. What we've got here is not subcategories, but I'm not sure I need it to be subcategories. Oh, well, I mean, it would be case sensitive regarding to how you're invoking it. I'm just not sure whether, oh, no, wait, no, it doesn't have to be. It's case sensitive, but you don't have to use all caps. Cool. I'm going to skip back to not using all caps. Yeah, they have to match. That's fine. All caps seems like yelling. It's more unpleasant. Hang on. I'll get there. All right, good night, Crappy Blonde. Got about a half an hour before I start thawing out food for dinner. It's actually quite warm outside, not that I was able to go out. So this, in theory, is a real XML file. I don't know whether you need to have the enclosing stuff here, like breakfast menu or whatever. It appears that you can pick what you want as far as what that's called. Parsing XML view is simple. Okay, this is simple. It's the same one. And it is note. And I'm beating my head into the ground with you. How about that? XML string. So that's how to write it. Parser, parse from string. So this is an example of ways that people normally consider to read XML. Yeah, so the message body is going to be this. Tell you what, let's not call that. Let's call it body. It's the message body. That should, in theory, work just the same. And so it has sender information, receiver information, heading, message body. Here's our heading. It is this. Here's the body. and then this would be elements. So if this works the same in Juice, what ends up happening is we open up, a parser. See, that says parser, so element, get element by ID. If I do XML document parse XML file, can I repeatedly go in and parse the element by ID? Can't go any deeper than that, or can I? Get, operator, swap. No. Pointer get const. That's not going to be helpful. So we got this, and we can do this. Jassert sounds like a French person being like, j'accuse. And we can do this, and this part doesn't crash either. So in that case, we've got XML, and we can do these things with an element. I do not know how we're supposed to iterate through all the elements if we're not already doing it. It looks like this is supposed to work, but I'm not sure. But then we have just edited the XML file again, meaning that who knows whether maybe this bit starts to work where it did not before. That said, I do not like the idea that I could have a situation where somebody could edit this stuff in their documents folder, make it break and die, and then kill DAWs that way. That seems no bueno. But, so XML file get child. Well, what if you did this? What if instead of doing a iterator on the XML element, hang on, string is not a pointer. Well, they didn't ask string to be a pointer. Huh. Okay, XML file is a string, so we've not actually made that be anything. So let's undo back out of that again. So we don't actually want to pass that into a string. Instead, what we want to do is, I guess you just recursively go into the elements, and that's how this works. So this is the overall file, at which point you get child iterator, and then you're going through the elements inside there, and if that works, it will not crash. But we are trying to... Well, first of all, let's see if we have a do nothing element. Oh, and this is going to crash and die. Or maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, this is like, if this and also has tag name, and it can't have that tag name, and so therefore it doesn't do any of this, and so maybe it'll be fine, and then it hits release. Let's see if it crashes. It did not crash, meaning we were able to pull this out even if we didn't try to do anything with it. Meaning we're iterating through what lives inside here. See, a 4-element XML. This looks funny the way that it's described, but I guess this works. Like this presumably is a thing. meaning that for each child iterator, I'm going to assume that this is what XML is, to the point where maybe what I'm going to do is make that literal. Okay, now if that still works, that might just be a reference to this here, which is now this collection of stuff. And as we iterate through this with element, we're taking each of these in turn. But element get child by name. So get child iterator. What this means is we are walking through an element is a different thing each time. Do we actually want get child by name out of this? So if we do that, we're making use of this. Except for apparently we're not. Why does it say unused variable? Oh, now we've got a different unused variable. Fine, fine. So if get child by name, user font, we're looking at another name node. I think it's trying to see if this crashes. We should be assigning an element, we're assigning it with this asterisk, so that's a little concerning. Like this may just scream and die. Let's see whether we just killed it. Did it blow up and go boom? One way to find out. Well, another way to find out is go to school for years. Hey! Guess what? Still lives. So we just ran this and it didn't die. I could see... So how do we go about dealing with this stuff? Do we want get child by name, or do we want like get elements by name? We're apparently using this syntax with a little arrow rather than the dot. It feels like those just switch back and forth randomly. I can't make head or tail of what's supposed to be what. That said, get elements by tag name, get child by name, XML element name node, this variable is going to go away again as soon as this stops iterating. And releasing it is probably going to release all the little elements inside, but I'm not positive of that. I don't think I need this stuff, but I do need get all subtext. And we can probably run some of this stuff inside that parser. So let's see how much. Cut, paste. Now that lives inside this. So the question is, do I just go through, and that is a used variable now, I tell you. We lose this. We've got get all subtext here. We need to keep doing that checking of, does this actually exist? That said, we seem to not be checking that anymore. This is the one that checks it. This is the one that checks to see if it exists. So this is a logical ampersand, meaning it exists and it has tag name track info, which it will not. So we never got here. Let's leave that stuff alone for the time being. How about? Because with this, we are actually not continuing to do sanity checks, but it might be a good idea. But with this, I have actually spelled it out so that if body is in fact what we're iterating over, and if you can get a child by name that is user font, and this counts as the child, then name node becomes this. And if new name is null, then we set it to just as we have before. But now we have a sort of little section of stuff in here where it's going to crash or it won't. And there's a possibility that this will work. And there's a possibility that it will scream and die, which it did. So that's no bueno. String is empty. Is text element is empty. Yeah, that's not okay. He says as he clicks OK. So which things died? If we start commenting bits out, which bits blow up and which bits don't. So there's one little section. I could put some of this stuff outside this iterator. But yeah, new name equals name node get all subtext. Does it explode when we do this? Now that we're not actually trying to do anything further with it. Oh, okay, so the problem wasn't what I had there, but worse. Was deeper. So name node could have been null. If we do this, then there's no telling what it returns, but it's going to try to make something called name node, and that's element get child by name, which is not necessarily what we're going to do, mind you, but nor do we necessarily want to be doing it this way. In fact, I'm interested in finding out whether Juice expresses this differently. This is not helping me. I don't see what's happening. I was looking for a get child by name, but I'm not sure it's even in this file. Yeah, this is not going to help me. But we can look for this bit in here to see whether it shows up in anything. And let's specify juice. I haven't looked at that. Okay, so every value within a tag and a property must be quoted. Otherwise, any decent parser validator will fail. Okay, so we're a little snotty about parsers. Oh, this guy's going to be in trouble. He says, thanks for the lesson, but instead of forcing me to write a new parser by hand, it would be better having a flexible parser accepting the realities of life. Okay, I sympathize. I feel you, Gwyn Hale, but that's not going to go well for you. They're not going to treat you gently. They're not going to treat you gently at all. This guy is going to be kicked into the floor. Opening and closing quotes have to match, so you have quotes. So maybe I need to put quotes in. And that looks like XML document equals new XML document file. Here I got XML file. Okay, we're using parse. So that's actually not going to help me at all. Let's also lose the XML examples because I need to find juicisms for it. What else? What else? Scoped pointers and listeners and blah, 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 blah. I don't see references to XML here. Maybe somebody's code has it. No, they did not. I know. Well, no, I think Juice Forum is going to be meaner to people than Gearspace, honestly. The peak for meanness is probably going to be KVR. Juice Framework, that's actually not good. Let's see if Stanford's comments have any references to code showing how things might be phrased. Here's an example of parsing some elements. Cool. Let's see what's going on. XML element. We do, in fact, want one of those. However, tag name. What's up with the tag names? Why do I care? Much like how, okay, so the tag name would be user font. So I'd be iterating through, and if I do e has tag name user font, then I do the stuff here. Otherwise, I continue onwards, and if it has tag name user color, I do whatever goes here, and so on. So this might be a little bitty breakthrough in terms of being able to make this do anything. Let's find out. We are, in fact, doing getChildIterator in this example code here. So for auto element equals body, that's the first thing, and my element has tag name animals. In this case, it would be has tag name body. Let's just grab all of this, because this is supposed to be juicisms. I'm not interested in creating a document. We're going to do that by hand. I will give examples and show people how to do it. But this is the Stanford juice code. So we're gonna go through here, and we're gonna update that bit there. And this is all within if statements, so all of this context is just going to straight up evaporate as soon as all the if statements and for loops close. I don't understand why they do this, but if it works, it's all cool. So first, if element has tag name, we are supposed to be in the middle of body. That's why we called it body. This part's supposed to work. And what we're going to want to do is take some of this stuff and put it back outside this domain again. Let's scrunch that stuff together again, because this is where we read the thing and then start cycling through it. But we're going to take some of this and put it here. There. There's even sanity checks. So we're not using that. So what we can do is we can start out instantiating this. Yeah, I don't necessarily need get all subtext if I can get a string attribute. They do appear to think that that is how this works. So string new name. We can instantiate this as blank. Oops. Nope. One more J. There we go. And that will in fact work. So here's our child's iterator. If the child of body has the name user font, that should give us how to do this. I do not know how to do tagged things in this way, but let's see how they wrote it. This is going to be a two-way example. This part is how to read it, and this would be the example of how to write it. That said, they have been helpful enough to not actually give an example of what the damn XML thing looks like. They've just given an example of how to write it. So what we're looking at here is XML element, new XML element giraffe in the animals, or in this case it's in body. So where it says giraffe, this could be user font. But you also set attributes with additional layers of indirection here. And I don't know how to do get attribute, string attribute, when nothing is actually spelled out. Nor do I know what the XML would look like if you did giraffe set attribute name comma Nigel. I don't know what that would then look like. or age equals 10, I don't know what that would look like. I suppose it might look something like this. You might not be able to use white space in here. I'm not sure. But it might look something like that. So we got all this set attribute stuff, but do we have anything? Oh, returns the text version of this XML element. And that goes XML element : to string. And then we've got some other stuff going on here. Also, this is a single ampersand, not a double ampersand. A double ampersand is a logical AND. A single ampersand is I know not what. Okay, so here is part of how this is. I've got a little bitty example of that. So see where my thing says user font Macroma? And in this case, it would be... Well, that's kind of weird. Like, why would you have the closing tag if you don't have anything in between it? Instead, it's just user font and then some other things in there. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? What is the purpose of having opening and closing tags when you're not actually using the damn closing tag for anything? Never mind. They do give occasional code in the middle of this, so it's just not much. Here's another bit. For an element such as moose legs 4 and antlers equals 2, then get attribute name would return antlers because name 0 would be returning legs. I'm willing to bet that's how that rolls. We do have a bunch of comments and things in here. Some of them might be text elements as well as XML tags. This is what getChildIterator does inside. Tag name. All of this has to be able to fall through safely if it returns nothing useful. And I don't care what order any of it is in. It shouldn't care about that. There's a lot of this. And here we tried this and probably failed. And then do something with XML element. Alrighty then. So let's get back out of here again and see whether anything else happens. Here's more juice commentary. Unique pointer no longer manages the XML element object. This implies that unique pointer, where even is it? Here it is making like a little array or something, which is cool, fine. Okay. This is somebody writing XML, not reading. Oh, and somebody saying, don't ever call release. Well, that's fine. I mean, I'm doing it. I think it's fairly harmless. So goes out of scope. That's like when the for loop or something is going and then it finishes, is it throws away the stuff inside it. So get document element, get double attribute, and element E is not unlike when I'm doing element E here. Actually, I haven't tested this one yet. I have not tested this yet. Yes, that sounds like something I can do nothing about. So if E tag name has user font, well, now hang on a second. So I got new name and it is a null, but it is a juice string. Let's never mind this talk of giraffes, and instead new name equals E. What options have I got? Oh boy, I can't type for crap today. Dash, and then that. And then what else have we got going on here? We're not adding child elements. We're trying to read from the text element. So we can do get all subtext inside user font. Can we do just get text out of there? Get string attribute? Yeah, so get string attribute name, right? So value of a named attribute. So if I supply an attribute name, it gives me that. Const string or string. That's a little more complicated, but it's supposed to do the same thing. So what we're looking at is, that's more complicated, and this one is returning simply a string. Default return value, const string, attribute name, blah, 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 blah. So with this one, you can get it supplying just only the attribute name, but it is returning something else. It's fine if it returns a const because I don't actually have to modify it in place. Get all subtext returns a string from this element's child nodes. There are no child nodes. There is only the one thing. Maybe this is the one that we want. And this is already a juice string, so that's fine. The rest of this stuff we do not need, but we can comment it out so that it's still there, because this is what Stanford had as far as a suggestion for how to do this stuff. And then we're not dealing with this one here, because we are iterating through stuff in a different way rather than trying to directly pull up something and call it a name node. We're not getting a child by name. We are checking for tag name. And then when we're done, we're hitting body release, because this is the result of parsing the XML file, and it did not scream and die when I did that, so that's probably fine. And then after we do this parsing stuff, this is where we apply it, like this. So if new name is still a empty thing, if there's nothing there, then we make it just and we set it. If there's something there, we try to set it. Let's see where we're at. There is a possibility that this might work, and a preponderance of the evidence that this did not work. And it is also time for me to go and defrost some food. But first we're going to hit this and see if it opens. Hey, it opened, but it didn't do anything, but it opened. That means it ran this code. It ran this code and it did not die. We'll tighten up some of this a little bit. It ran this code and it did not die or explode. New name became element get all subtext. I guess we just don't have any all subtext. What if we just specify, if it does get all subtext, you can have a series of these things in here and it will do something, like it'll concatenate them. So if get all subtext means everything in here, regardless of what its little subtag is, that's a subtag called value, return something, then it'll take that and it'll take anything else within that tag name, and it'll try to use it. And so if it needed me to do those quotes and assign it some kind of thing, that did not do the thing. I'm trying to tell it to be Macroma. It's not being Macroma. Alrighty. I'm going to go off and defrost some food, but I'll be back in a moment. As always, it's going to be nice to have my tacos once I'm done with all of this. Emphasis on once I'm done with all of this. So, we are creating new name juice string. None of this is actually giving me anything that I can use, but we're supposed to be able to do this. So local double variable, what's that supposed to mean? Get last parse error. What uses that? Seriously? And apparently memory leaks. And here's the gessert. So yeah, not so much. There's XML, and that is actually looking very similarly to what I'm doing. But then what happens? We're supposed to be able to get a string And this is somebody who is able to actually write stuff to the console. So what's happening? Interesting. Okay, Jules wants people to use auto. Well, I'm willing to, but there's problems with that as well. Let's give it a try. Let's try to do things the way Jules thinks. He might be right here. He might be onto something here. I mean, logically, by definition, of course he's onto something. He's the one that wrote Juice, so he's just at a level beyond what I'm able to deal with. So, if element has tag name body, element get child iterator, meaning that I should be cycling through these things, then I should be able to do, if it has tag name, so why is it not returning me? Let's leave this other stuff. I should be able to get all subtext out of that. So what are we actually looking at here? I feel like the way that this is organized is what's costing me. So tag name should be user font for a child of body here, and that should be what this is doing. Element, I'm using auto like he says, although I'm using auto pointer. He wants me to have it look like this. If auto XML equals no, I'm doing a for auto element. So I see differences, but I don't understand them. So where am I writing parse XML example preset? That being how he thinks I should be writing it. Or are we even able to do that? Or do I have to spell this all out in longhand? Because when I do this stuff, it tends to make me say juice : XML document : parse rather than parse XML. And where's for auto? Again, instead of for, he's got if. Nor do I care whether it's first, second, third, or whatever. This is mixing me up worse. Looks more readable, but only if. And Juice tutorials explicitly declare unique pointers for XML elements. Ah, the tutorials. So these are old tutorials. Restoring the state from XML. That's what I want to do, yes. Ah, and we're doing parameters here because that's somebody's class. This is DRY code, meaning apparently it cycles through a billion different things and it's scanning everything for whether it's the type that's specified within the class that is represented by state parameters, blah, 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 blah. And then you override that with whatever this is doing. And it's apparently old. And it's apparently old. So that's a terrible idea. It's all the terrible idea. So yeah, that's a giant mess, and not even Jules likes it anymore. I need to be looking for answers to this that are recent, like that. I need to read XML from file and static method too. How shall we do that? So these asterisks tend to mean pointers. Okay, so that's people talking about stuff. Oh, it's pants, I don't like it. Well, I don't like it either. Error messages are shite. Yep. Agreed. Agreed. I get it. I get it. Oh, I like it when people are like, maybe you'll like my alternative, and then they give code. Maybe some of those things actually work. All I need to do is load a single string. That's what we're doing, is trying to load a single string from a single XML file that we don't even need to write out. Yeah, imagine back in the days of old Mac OS where they coded stuff in Pascal and you had handles, and handles are a pointer to a pointer. This is not talking about XML anymore, if it ever was. Memory leak. So is this somebody with code where any of the code does anything that does anything? Boop. Here's things to do. Nowhere. Yeah, this is wild. This is absolutely wild. Nothing that I do on any of this lets me be able to load a string from an XML file. And you'd think that that would be the most simple thing. Here's Stanford again. Like if I'm remembering correctly, at least it's not crashing anymore. It's just not doing the thing. Yeah, this is not crashing and this is not loading a font. At least it's not crashing. Ooh, XML and JSON demo, don't mind if I do. What do we got going on here? Also, it may be old, so there's the concern there. Paint item openness changed. Tag name is empty, otherwise return it. This is more of your, when they say DRY, what it means is everything calls a different thing. So all the things call other things, and you have to follow them back and forth, or presumably people just memorize all of that immediately upon just reading it once, and their brain contains all of that forever. Can't do that. So get text, JSON demo, error message, results tree. I don't think I'm using anything like a results tree. Rebuild tree, create root node, reset. That ain't doing a thing. Oh well. That's somebody else. That's somebody else that's not the direct coders. Let's see whether they're doing anything in loading XML elements, like write to XML. Well, I clicked on that, but it didn't jump to there. So look and feel is where I would be dealing with that. It's not going to be in the processor. Attribute, fair. Okay, that's an H file. These are not XML readers. I don't think any of this is an XML reader. Never mind. None of that is an XML reader. I am super going to give up on this if I get to 5 and I haven't made any progress. I mean, we've done some things. Now the plugin like loads up. I haven't done all the things I was talking about doing, but I've come fairly close to some of them. And it loads up, and in Reaper, it assigns itself to the correct color, and it has text, and the text is an appropriate font, and the text is embossed, and that didn't exist this morning either. And it consistently like assigns the relevant track color. What I don't have is the ability to do a file saying, please don't do that. Okay, so you're storing the XML binary provided by the host in a unique pointer. Okay. XML state, XML element. So it is an XML element. These can be kind of recursive. They can continue to include smaller elements inside them. Iterating it, but they're iterating it incorrectly. What is incorrectly? This apparently is, okay. That said, that's always useful to tell what is, oh, here's scribd. I don't know who this is, but it might be somebody that's not Jules, and so they might be speaking English. Yeah, so Blue Baggins, I'm not sure any of that is relevant to what I'm talking about because marking properties as obsolete with an attribute, I can't get a single line of text loaded out of an XML file. I'm wondering whether any of this, use var, use identifier, which is actually a string, value tree is analogous to XML, interesting. Oh, for heaven's sake, continue for free, don't, leave me alone. Screw you, go away. They didn't let me do the thing. This is starting to go badly. I want to change one of the attributes. Like, I want to load a single thing from an XML file. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Here is my XML file. Is this what, did they write it out? Is this what Juice expects to see? That might be very relevant. It might be looking to literally this. In that case, I have a very easy time of recoding this to fit into that concept, like body. See, my plugin preset could mean anything. Clearly that's where you go for this, but these things are completely not written the way that you would. So param might just be what they're looking for. ID equals, let's stretch this out a little bit, shall we? Boop. They might be wanting this. As long as I can parse it as a reader, I'm completely fine with whatever they want it to be. And then just only this, with one fewer of these. And maybe it is that they want. I mean, if I have not yet seen the output of what the juice parser spits out and expects to be able to read back. So this might be an absolute breakthrough. Hey, propriotide. Yes, I lost the plot hours ago. Believe me on that. But it doesn't matter because you don't have to give up just because you've lost the plot. Okay, we need another quote there. It could be a single or double as long as it is not mixed. And we need a double quote there. And I bet it's looking for these things, and this might be my little breakthrough. It might just be. It might just want this spelled out as ID and value. And they never said it anywhere. Never did they say that that was what they needed. But it is just possible that this will work. I don't think plugin name is a relevant observation. I don't see it anywhere in this code. I don't see it anywhere in my code. Nor do I think it would really care. User font is not plugin related. This is global. All of this is loading globals, and there should be multiple things like this. I'm just looking to see whether I can read them. So let's save this, having just rewritten it to apparently this may be what? That's a little messy. VC2 exclamation point, a square root sign. That's wacky. Maybe this is their terminal. But yeah, this is the same, apart from this is not all caps. But yeah, let's see what happened. Let's see if we can do tag name and has tag name user font. Element get child iterator param ID font. Let's see whether this does anything. Because I'm pretty sure we were able to run it. And I'm pretty sure we can alter something that was defined outside here, inside here. And it should be persistent because we didn't instantiate it in here. We instantiated it over here. So it should still exist even after the XML file is gone. We use the XML file to change stuff that existed here. Let's see. The one nice thing about this is if it works, we'll know right away. It didn't work. I've tried to tell it to be my chroma. I should tell it to be impact. That'll be even more obvious. Let's do that. But no capital M there. So we should have those. We should have saved it. Has tag name, huh? Do we even want tag name, or is it something else? What else? Is text element. Attribute. Attribute is going to be what ID says, I believe. Blue Baggins mentioned attribute. I'm pretty sure attribute is this ID here. So if E attribute matches user font. Let's look for has attribute, string ref attribute name. Good, good. And this is a logical thing, so in theory that would work as well. Tag name, element has tag name body. Well, we're supposed to be able to do that. Although body is the overall document. So body is also the tag name. I guess we'll find out whether that's true or whether this is enough. In any case, has attribute it's going to be like that. Now let's see, if has attribute, then this element, get all subtext, should become new name, which will no longer be an empty string. So we just changed it from has tag name, which I guess would be param now. If I was looking for has tag name, it would be param, to looking for attribute being user font. Did not work. It did not work. We've got param ID user font. Maybe what I need to do is look for iterating through param rather than body. Let's try that. Let's try that because we do have this. It does say param, so we can look and see what that is about. It is after all saying a different thing now. So if instead of has tag name body, we're already inside the section that says body, and instead we're looking for has tag name param, and this constitutes a tag name, then that would imply that we could change param to whatever we wanted. And then this body thing, it probably just needs to be called something else. Let's find out what happens. We may be iterating through all of the things, or we may be iterating in the wrong place. But boy, are we doing our best. We may need to skip the children. It might not have any children. I feel like the children and attributes are a different thing, and I've only just gotten to where, I've only just gotten to where I'm looking at attributes rather than looking at children. So we're doing 2 levels of this. Probably don't need to or want to. So if instead of if element has tag name param, which presumably they all do, we're not going to iterate through any children because these parts don't have children. We're going to iterate through this and check on element instead of E. Remove that because there are no children to these ones. This is the base level. And we're going to see whether we can do different things based on whether it has an attribute. The attribute presumably being the ID here. So there we go. Sounds crazy, but it just might work. I know, tell me about it. The worst thing about programming is that you wind up with lots of people who are like, I'm looking for ways to call you stupid for having to repeat yourself too many times and stuff. That did not work. So, if element body getChild iterator for auto element body getChild iterator, that is presumably going to be doing a sequence of things. We could just leave out this tag name stuff. Like if element has tag name param, we can just bump this down to the lower level and look only at attributes. I hit the wrong button. So if this works, we're loading the body of the thing. We're getting a child iterator. I don't know whether that needs to be recursive, whether we need to go even beyond. But we do have, if element has attribute, and the new name element get all subtext, which presumably should load the value. Or not. We'll find out. So we've now lowered that down a level. And we're just looking for attributes. We're looking for the attribute of user font. And it's not present in every element that we're going through. And if we're able to do this thing, we can make it have a impact font. And we have not done that. This is still just. And by the way, let me double check. If I do this, then we're defaulting to impact instead of just, at which point all of these should now look different. We're trying to make it look like this, but from reading the file, which I can do by reading the file just as a string, but I'm not interested in doing that. I'm interested in doing the XML because it knows how. I could just parse lines of text and probably do it more intelligently than this, but no, we're going to try to do it the hard way. So one thing that is happening is new name equals juice empty string. So we're not actually getting to this point. We could start doing something. Let's see whether we get to any of these places. Like if element has attribute user font, guess what? New name is get subtext, and then we're going to immediately override that again. And this is going to show me something useful. So Macroma is the cool looking one. This is the really cool looking one that looks like science fiction. Impact is the big, heavy, dense one. So if we are able to get to this point and it changes it to impact instead of just, that means that the string is not empty anymore, meaning that we were able to get to a point where element had attribute user font. And then the problem is returning the get all subtext and having that become a thing. So there's our next test. Do we get to make it become impact? Because I bet we're not going to make it become Macroma. But do we get to make it become impact? If so, we've gotten to that point in the code. No. So we're not done. Cut. Can we get to this part in the code, or do our problems begin here? If that don't work, I'm going to stick it even earlier and see whether that does anything. So if this works, we will assign new name to impact once for each time we get a child iterator. If it doesn't reach this point, we're really missing something. So if we're going through this at all, it's going to make it be impact. It's going to make it be impact over and over again. Ba-da-boom. We are reaching that point. I'm just not sure what we're doing once we're there, but we are reaching the point inside this loop. See, we're making it be that. And so the problem we're reaching is if element has attribute user font. So what else can we do? We've got here. So here's where we can't make it do a thing. And element get all subtext might actually still work, but we're not reaching this. We're not getting here. So has attribute. What it is, if we do this, is param an attribute? I thought ID was an attribute. Let's find out. So we can get here. We have body get child iterator. So we're doing at least something as we go. The question is what? Also, we should check to see if it has attribute body. So save and go. So now if it does the thing, then the has attribute is param that it's looking for. No. No. So that didn't make it. That did not make it. So what even can we do with these? If we do element has attribute, string ref attribute name, it returns true or false. Does it contain an attribute with a certain name? String ref. Well, am I giving it the string ref that's useful? Maybe I should be calling it this. Check this out. This is going to be a little bit different. Juice, colon, string, parentheses, but then so do you want to be fed a juice string rather than just a series of characters like that? Because that is a little array of characters that is yay long, and that's all that is. But if you do this, you're creating a string out of it. So, and you can, new name equals impact, that just made another juice string. But that doesn't mean that we can do set sans serif typeface name with just the quotes. Maybe you can, but I'm not sure if you can. It might need to be looking at strings. So if we do body and then element gets attribute, and then it's a juice string with the relevant ID, which is not to say that ID is correct, which is also not to say that element get all subtext gives me that, because what get all subtext might be giving me is user font microma, and there is no such thing. But there's a way that I can work around that. So first, let's see if we can get into there. Save, build. If it makes it become impact, then I will have successfully triggered that thing. We're looking for it to be impact if this worked. It is not. It is not. So element has attribute is not taking a juice string. That's the question. So here's other people doing this stuff. We're going to dive back into this again. We apparently have a XML2 string. That's neat. Can we do, well, XML element though? Blech. This is messy. So get child by attribute, ID preset index. Well, we're doing stuff that says ID here. Get clear about the difference between elements and attributes. Fair. Fair. I mean, you're not wrong. I got 15 minutes for tacos. Woof. And a lot of people are mostly worried about writing. All I want to do is read. And if this is stuff that Juice writes, then this should presumably be, I mean, it's exactly the same format now. If this is what Juice writes, it should presumably be able to read it again. I can't even get it as a string. Me either, man. Me either. This is coders again. Okay, well, I gave you the code that works to write the APVDS that is a plain XML file, so I'm not sure if you're arguing against it. Yeah, they get so mean. They get so mean. Coders, man. What are you going to do? It really looks like you're making a lot of extra trouble and extra work for yourself. Blah. Yeah, I feel for people trying to do this kind of stuff. Ooh, here is somebody who says their code works. Good for them. I'm starting to sound like a coder myself. So load file. I do not know what delete the magic XML number means, but that's fine. Okay, so here we see a reference to param. So that might be going in a direction. So in param, look for ID attribute. Let's start to try to make a little more sense of this. Can I make this be larger? I can. So here's where we start to parse and we try to get what can we do with this? Let's grab this whole chunk. I think it goes up to here. Let's see whether any of this straight up explodes. Don't need to worry about writing it. I'm only interested in reading it. I'm not really quite sure what this DBG stuff means. But if I can do string attribute value as string, I can do string anything. So let's try. I have not used this yet. I have not used getString attribute and then a code name like that, and that looks very much like what I'm supposed to be doing. So let's move that down here, just so that I can deal with the aspects of it. Yeah, I don't know what DBG means, but I don't necessarily have to care. All I need to do is get anything to work. Okay, let's make sure that still builds. I've successfully commented it all out. Because here's the thing. Some of this stuff, like the attribute value as string or get string attribute with a code name, sounds very much like what I need to deal with. And if that works, we're on the way. So has attribute. I don't believe we can get into here. There's your problem. So let's change this to E again, seeing as the other one uses E. That will mean we can just straight up use it. Oh, and I got to use it here too. Where is that? There it is. Okay, so A body, find the element with tag name. Some element has tag name. I don't actually have to care about the tag names and stuff. We're looking for param elements, so we're looking for attributes. So has attribute is not how we do this. If the child has, okay, so ID. ID attribute equals to preset menu store. And what was in this person's stuff? Second attribute name. I figured that part out, Blue Baggins. So what I'm thinking is if I do E get string attribute ID, it will begin returning things like user font. Yeah, I don't mind you, it's fine. As long as you're okay with me being real snarky because I'm having a rough ride of it today, then everything is cool. So we can't get into this, and so we can't make an impact font. But if we did, oh, for heaven's sake. No, slow down. Let's assume, well, no, let's do this. Can we even find the param sub-element? Which of these things work? Don't need that. There. We're going to keep trying some of this stuff and see which bits get us anything. So, if has tag name param, so if the iterating through these things gets me anything, we're going to have impact font. We already know that the user font thing does not actually work. But if it has a tag name that is param, we might get to where, boom. So we got there. Cool. So we can get here. We're iterating through everything. We've got that. And so if we have this, we are further looking for specific things inside here. Like this. And we can make it case insensitive too. Oops. I commented that bit out. And there's funny spacing in here. So attribute value is string equals this. I don't necessarily have to do this out longhand. Also, yes, I do mean juice string. And if equals user font, so this is going to start to get to a place that actually will help. Oh, look at that. That doesn't actually look right at all. And I better know why. Because we need one of these here too. Okay. So we can get into param. Let's just take this out now. This is our new way of finding out whether we can get user font. And if we can find user font in any of these, we can make it be impact. Build. So if we can do that, we're still going to see impact even though we're not setting it anywhere else. Boom. Golden. Great. Great. And if we can read an attribute like that, well, guess what? We can read another attribute and turn it into a string. So here's our first attribute value, a string getString attribute ID. That equals user font. So the second one is getString attribute value. That is going to equal new name. In fact, if this works, it's going to be our one. Oh, and we got to do string. No, we don't, because we're just applying it directly. Let's see. Tighten that up a little bit. If this works, we're no longer invoking impact anymore, and we're loading directly from the file and indeed reading and parsing the XML. Let's see. Assuming I remember to build it. And that is one of my patented Airwindows. Oh my God, I only just finished it in the last literal minute. Yay. So here's a question. Can I, in fact, specify this? Well, here's your problem though. Oh, I know what I can do to make that stop. Track color, default color. So we've got one track that is colored and the other ones that are now blank. We'll save it as that. We'll save it again. And then we're going to quickly follow up with this, saying if has param, and then we're going to just duplicate this over again. but instead it's now user color. But it has to be color. So let's change it in all the places where it exists. Color. No. We'll just do it everywhere so that people know what to look for. And where are we calling up? Choose colors. And it's multiple colons. So if we can assign a color based on a string with exactly the name of that color, that is also a blank string now. And new color equals the value if it is in fact user color, which I have now specified. And then what we do is get rid of this stuff, which we no longer need. Haven't got there. And we don't need that. We don't need all this space. And now we see whether we can set some of the colors appropriately. Which is the color that I'm looking to set? I'm looking to set, let's see. It's not there, but I bet it's here. Yeah. Default color. So it'll be something like that. So, oh, it's undeclared? Why is it undeclared? Shouldn't it be declared? Don't we have it in here somewhere? Plugin editor, private. Wait, that's not where it is at all. It's not there either. Ugh. I'm supposed to be having tacos now. It's not there. It's here. So plugin editor, do I have a way of referring to this conveniently? Processor ref. Now, how do we go about referring to that? It's got to be in there somewhere. That said, I can't simply define this as a string. Oh, and it's an undeclared reference. How do we go about connecting these things together? What must we do? Well, in plugin processor, I'm able to refer to that somehow. We got processor ref in here somewhere. It's an H file, so let's see what we do with this one in the H file. How do we talk to it that way? This ain't it. This ain't it, Chief. Are we referring to it in the H file for Airwindows UI, I wonder? I feel like we need some kind of little ampersand or something. Something like that. I feel like it needs something like that. Oh. Okay. That was not the complaint I expect. Oh, no, it's still an undeclared thing. Fine. Fine. It's just being difficult now. It's just being fussy. Or maybe it goes the other way around. Maybe it's processor ref and then the ampersand. You can but try. Also, it might start demanding those arrow signs instead of the dot. Let's see what it makes with. Ah, it expected an expression. Alrighty then. Well, then if we can refer to this like this, then we can tell it to be something. However, we probably are not telling it to be a color. It's still complaining about it. Where do we even have processor ref anyway? I know it's in here somewhere, for heaven's sake. Find me this somewhere. Please. Go. Find. No? Okay, find me this somewhere. Please, show me. I know you're using this. I know you're making use of this somewhere. What's your format for referring to this kind of thing? Yeah, plugin processor, processor ref. So then plugin editor gives me what? Maybe I just need to refer to the class directly. Like, never mind processor ref. I'll be looking for that. Now, do we have an additional problem? Being that, oh, it's an undeclared identifier there too. We should be able to find the dumb thing, seriously. Come on. What do we call it when it's class plugin editor private? So we're looking to be able to edit this, and then host track color and host track name are declared here as our Airwindows look and feel, as is Airwindows meter. I shouldn't be doing this. Hi, Ram Mishra. Well, I'll show you one thing. Here's Airwindows globals, and it's an XML file. And then as long as I straighten this out, we are successfully able to, let's see now. As long as I take that away, I have just said times in an XML file that is part of Airwindows Global. And then when we run this, all the plugins are using times for the text. So as a user, you can specify any text font you want, and it'll use whatever text font you told it to. Plus, we can scale stuff around insanely and do things like that. And we can tell it all to be a different track color, like that. And it's doing a good job at loading up the track colors, but what I'm not currently able to do is specify a global track color. This is my global track color, is this light gray. And I'm looking to be able to specify a color in the XML file, namely this one, along with tell it to either apply the track color or don't even apply the track color, just always use my default, because here's color's dark gray. And I can make it a very sort of dark gray, vibey looking thing as well. So here's as far as we've got. And we're trying to establish this default color stuff. Well, hang on. We're setting all the colors in here in Airwindows Look and Feel. And we're able to establish some colors as part of this class. There's all of our set color stuff and all of this going on like that. We can update background color ID, but what we're looking to do is do stuff with, not this, but see, host track color is getting declared here. But what I would like to do is declare default color, not here, but somewhere else. Like, for instance, if we're defining Airwindows Look and Feel here, could we in fact load up Airwindows Look and Feel here? There's the C file, so this is the header file, and define it there. If we can do that, then we can straight up override it. We've just declared it here and it's fine. Let's find out whether that's true or whether it just blows up and dies. Undeclared identifier default color. Well then, it's an unused variable here, but this is where we can update it. So what I'd be doing is taking Airwindows Look and Feel and expanding it out a little bit, like where, let's build it again so I can find the problems. Kind of like this. Does not refer to a value. Really? That's because that's the class name. Now let's see if we can tell it to do this, and it'll give me the value that I was trying to use. No member name default color in Airwindows Look and Feel. That's funny, I thought I just told it to be. We have in a little bit of trouble defining something like this in here. Are there other places I could do it? If I decided I wanted to cut that out of there because it doesn't work or do anything, and like stick it in there or something, I have a suspicion that is not going to work. No. No, definitely not. That's not where that goes. So class, okay, so this is not, the reason that didn't work is because Here's public, here's private. I'm going to want public, but not like that. So this class contains this public. It's a draw rotator slider method. This is the creator, so we do all these setups and things here, which is also where I will be overriding the default color. Let's build that again and see if it goes. This is not good. Oh, the build failed. Well, and we're still having a problem. It's failed that twice. Except it hasn't, has it? Has it? Now I only have 2 problems instead of 4. Now what? If we build it, can it work? Yes, but does it run? We might very well be trying to get this last bit done before finishing. It worked. It ran, but it's not loading from the XML. And that's because we're not actually doing anything to change what's going on here. But that is no viable overloaded because this is a string. So what options do I have as far as doing something with this? Oh, I bet it wants colors, not color. Let's bounce over to code again. Yeah. Color from string. So I would like to specify a color from a string which is literally a juice definition of the color. String identifier to color ID. Okay, this is a giant mess. Okay, ID is not actually what you want. Colors namespace reference. So that goes backwards. But we want to be able to specify these, pass a string with the name in, and get the color out of it. that looks like it would be the one. Let's go and see what we can make happen. So colors. And then our default is light gray. That's what we do when we don't have anything working. Which means I need to edit this to take out this stuff, and we're just going to call it dark gray. Find color for name. And then we need to put that there. And it needs to do this. If it fails, it should fall through to what you've set as the default. And I don't know what it's going to do about this, but we may just be overriding that. Let's find out. Nothing to it but to try it. We're going extra, but then this is a bit of an experiment. Let's see. Got there. Alrighty, so here's what we've got. So set tracks to random colors, so we can have random colors. Or if we take the tracks colors away, they're now this gray, unless they're not, because if we then say user color is red, I want all of my colors to be red. Random colors again, and then strip it away, which will force it to replenish. Oh, okay, or perhaps not, but we'll find out by relaunching. And now our user color is red. There you have it. Also, let's see what it does if we fall through. So there's our new user font. We'll quit out of here. I don't think it's going to update stuff based on the Airwindows globals that easily, but you can always relaunch. Not everything has to be perfect. Build again. So if this works, it's going to be a light gray, but it will actually work rather than crash. Got there. And so now here's our list of colors up here somewhere. So let's say we want the color cornflower blue. I wish all of my stuff, if it is not a color-coded track, to be cornflower blue. So user color becomes cornflower blue, defaulting to that. Build again. And so now we've told Airwindows plugins to be the Microma font and cornflower blue. Bada boom. So there you have it. Pick your own font, pick your own color, and then you can also recolor these things if you would like to have a random color for it. You can do that as well. But then it'll fall back to your basic color if you have one that you would prefer to have your Airwindows plugins look like as a let's see. So I remember one of those colors was bisque. That's amusing. What is bisque as a color? We're about to find out. Save. Fire it up, and we can recolor all of our stuff to whatever we want. Just use Airwindows globals as a simple text file, and don't screw up the XML, which is provided for you, and we're good. And then we'll also have apply track color so that you could have colors in the tracks and not necessarily have them override. In fact, there are things that I could do where you could have categories of plugins with distinct colors for what kind of plugin there is, but that's going to be for another day. Because we're done. It's getting on towards 5:30. I have run over time, as is my wont sometimes. And so on that note, we successfully got the XML working and doing all of the things that it was supposed to do, although I've skipped some of the things I thought that I was going to do. And I'll see you folks next week. This weekend is going to be, at the very least, discontinuity, and just possibly a lot more than that. So talk to you later. Bye-bye.